So we are good to go, as I get. So welcome everyone. Thank you so much for showing up here in this room. I hope the online it's working. If you can confirm me. Okay, so we are good to go. So good morning everyone to the certCON conference in this really impressive meeting room and setup. Of course, for the ones who are here on site with us, and welcome from the comfort of your offices and homes for the ones attending online as well. Apologies for the small delay we incurred. I will blame it on the rain here in Bucharest, although we all know security professionals or decision makers or students or researchers, we are not afraid of rain and difficulties and technical challenges. So neither you are, I'm pretty sure. So in order to properly start and without further ado, it is with great pleasure that I would like to invite to take the floor Mr. Bogdan Gelbere, the Deputy General Secretary of the Romanian government, who make us the honor to join this session and to be with us at the very beginning. So Mr. Gelbere, the microphone is yours.
Thank you, Dan. If you allow me. Dear guests, I want to welcome you to the 11th edition of our conference, certCON11. It is a unique opportunity to open the 21st edition of this conference in such a specific and generous landscape for our national cybersecurity. And I mean here two important milestones for Romania. The first one, the foundation of the National Cybersecurity Directorate through the government decision at the end of September this year. The second one, the hosting of the European Cyber Competence Center in Bucharest. In a more and more dynamic cyberspace, with increased and always more complex threats and actors, with a mix of strategic and criminal interests aiming at the state as well as the individuals, fighting alone is not an option at all. We need cooperation and collaboration. We need to sit at the same table, state and private actors, along with the academia, and find the best solution to address, to detect, to react, to investigate, to predict the threats, the risks, to be able to better protect our networks and infrastructures. We need to be proactive and at least half as dynamic and as creative as our cyber enemies are. We know we have limits our enemies do not have. We have legal limitation, we have financial limitation, and last but not least, human resources limitation, which means we cannot pay people as much as others do, and this is why people leave to better paid places. Without a holistic and a long-term vision, without pragmatism and simplicity, it's not possible to fight this so insidious threat as the cyber threat. This is why, and I want to emphasize this, Romania decided to create the National Cybersecurity Directorate to be able to create this national hub where state, private and academia actors can work together to find the best solution for the cybersecurity needs, and most of all, to prepare and motivate the most important of all resources, the people. And this is the spirit I invite you to participate to this conference, to be open to receive and also to be open to give, because this is the way cooperation and collaboration begin, grow, and create valuable results. I welcome you again and wish you a fruitful conference.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gelbere. It's an honor and a privilege to have you here at the beginning of our conference. And from my side, I wanted to share with you a couple of thoughts regarding the cybersecurity in general. So actually, we all know and we see this day in, day out that cyber, it's pretty much in the news. In reports, in alerts, in speeches, people like ourselves, on the chit-chat, on the lobby, and so on, and so on, and so on. And part of this, let's say, focus on cybersecurity is simply because in the past, I would say, 1.5 years, 2 years, we all got a bit taken by surprise in the very first place by the speed of the digital transformation that we noted. By the number, the complexity of the digital transformation initiatives that really happen. all levels, starting from governments, European level, down to every single individual, each of us. Just to give myself as an example, about 1 year ago, I was using to carry with me like 2-3 devices. Now I have 6, day in, day out, with me in the office, in my car, and so on. And like many of yourself, simply I used an unspecified number of new applications and platforms. Everything from video conference to collaboration and efficiency tools, all kind of new scripts, new platforms that I had to learn as a normal user, almost like a student, to learn them, how to use them in a safe mode, how to collaborate together with my colleagues by using those tools, etc., etc. So, technically speaking, for the ones here in the audience that are technical people, the attack surface increased literally exponentially. More devices, more apps, more platforms, more everything. So no wonder that we have now attacks, more and more. Here in Romania, from the new National Cybersecurity Directorate that Mr. Gelbere mentioned, we detected an increase like 4 times of the number of attacks detected on the daily basis. And what happens at this moment? Increased attack surface, so everyone that does defense, everyone that does information security in their organization or for their team has a challenge, but also incident responders. They all are under pressure. They have a challenge. Decision makers have a challenge. Really, lawmakers have a challenge when it's about cybersecurity. And this challenge comes really at the very moment when all focus, as you can expect, it's on fighting the pandemics and keeping, in the same time, the economy growing, ideally, or at least steady. And that goes on and on for every single government, for every single member state in European Union. And since we noted that operations, attacks against elements of critical infrastructure, against all these exponentially increased attack surface increased also dramatically, it's obvious that we have to do something as well in order to address those. And just think about your own organization and have an honest reflection on what your organization did in the last year to be up to the challenge. So we have increased number of attacks. Some countries I talk to, they tell me, then it's really exponential for us, for certain sectors, sensitive ones, healthcare, energy, transportation, and so on. Some others, like we in Romania, we see a steady, of course, not yet exponential, but very steep increase. The reflection is, how did your organization react to this? Did you increase exponentially or significantly the number of experts that have to deal with those incidents, have to prepare the users, to harden the infrastructure in order to be better prepared for the attacks? Maybe yes, maybe no. If we put this a bit in more, I would say, macro context, this number of cumulative incidents with higher and higher complexity, sophistication, level of determination of attackers, and preparation, especially for the criminal gangs that really launch ransomware and all kind of attacks focused, focused on financial gains, bring us to, I would say, a picture that can become a serious concern if this trend continues like that for, I would say, number of months, 1 more year or more years. And there are, I dare to say, real risks that key national infrastructures may be impacted, that resilience of the economy of many member states in Europe may be impacted, that activity of organizations can be severely disrupted. So I think cybersecurity, without getting anyone panicked, should be one top concern for decision makers, for lawmakers, for top management of organizations. And because the topic of our conference is new global challenges in cybersecurity, I try to summarize my own list of my favorite top 4, and I want to talk to you only about 4 such challenges as I see them. So there are 4 that I want to talk to you about. First, the need for transformation in cybersecurity that we anticipate, we see, we feel. A second one, talent. A third one, cooperation. And the last one, but not the least important, awareness. So for transformation, to be very honest, I'm mega proud that here in Romania, we succeeded to show and to showcase, and we are going to showcase it big time in the coming weeks, how we understood the need for institutional transformation in cybersecurity domain. For the ones of you that do not know, especially our international guests, as Mr. Gelbere mentioned, Romania has a new cybersecurity directorate since about 2 weeks. New, agile, flexible organization that shall be one of the pillars to fight the cybersecurity challenges and address the phenomenon in a structural way at national level. Now, this is I would dare to say, okay, I was part of the small and compact team that focus on this and fight for pushing this initiative. But I dare to say that it may be not enough. From a simple perspective, cybersecurity is a shared responsibility. It's not only the national competent authorities, whether they are civilian or military or intelligence or law enforcement. It's the entire ecosystem that must play ball and must invest and work together in order to address this major challenge. So we count on businesses, and I'm so happy to see so many of you here present, supporting our conference, but also being here in order to, so fighting the rain, the pandemic risks, and following the rules that we have to put in place, simply to network and to talk to each other and to contribute to this. So we need the academics, we need the freelancers, we need the incubators, the research institutes, we need virtually everyone. I invite you to reflect a bit that as part of this transformation, enough was done. And one point to think about is a very simple one. How many laws the lawmakers in your country have passed in the past year or months with regards to cybersecurity? That's a very interesting indicator for institutional transformation. And if I talk about the European Union, how many acts the European Union itself, with support of the member states of course, has passed in the last year and months? As far as I am aware, only one, which is the act, the regulation 887, establishing the European Cybersecurity Industrial Technology and Research Competence Center, the famous ECCC, located, and we are very happy about this, here in Bucharest. But what about, for example, about the NIS Directive 2 that was published almost 1 year ago, still as a draft, and many players in the market, many organizations are waiting for it because it will have a serious impact on the way they handle cybersecurity. What about other acts like Digital Operational Resilience Act with very, very deep impact on financial market, on financial actors, from the perspective of ICT operational, security, and so on and so on. And many others, like Digital Service Act, Digital Markets Act, etc., etc. So I think we shall not waste time. And in my honest opinion, transformation for the cybersecurity domain must come also from the top, I mean from the governments, from the European Union, in all honesty, and be cascaded down, of course, to all economic sectors, to all type of organizations. But enough about this. My biggest pain point, my friends, talent. So believe it or not, I don't know how you see it from your place from there, but what I see from my place, it's a real war for talent. So believe it or not, at this moment, everyone is fighting for talent. We all want to attract, to retain, to motivate the best, the most brilliant, the most capable, initiative-driven, autonomous, technically proficient professionals, irrespective of the age, irrespective of their actual background. By the way, I'm a physicist, so I never practiced physics, but now I ended up in handling cybersecurity. I know people that followed medical school, and finally they ended up in technology companies that, of course, serve the medical sector, the healthcare sector, and very, very good experts in cybersecurity. So it's a huge demand in what we call the market, so in general. And there is a serious risk here, I would say, the risk of cannibalization, that we start stealing the best experts from one organization and bring them in our organization and so on. While we have to really work together, in particular with academia, with universities, with the school, to simply enlarge the pool of talent available to all of us. And because I say the pool of talent, one point that is particularly important for me, and I really want to say it clear and loud, women in cyber. This topic is going up and down and up and down. Everyone talks about it and then forgets about it for a couple of months, and then they pick it up again and so on. In a very pragmatic way, let's not forget the reality, and these are real figures. Statistics is that we don't stand well on this topic. So it's 15%, less than 20% women in the profession. And we must do something wrong if we don't succeed to attract more of them. From the very, very, let's say, early years of university, to guide them, to tell them, hey, you have a future in this profession. It's not a male-dominated profession, because that's a bit the perception, we have to be honest. The reason is very simple. It's a very tactical, a very pragmatical one. If we don't succeed to attract them in large numbers to this profession, we miss half of the pool of talent available. It's as simple as that. And we cannot afford that. If we want to fight for this profession, we got to do it. The third point I wanted to share with you, and I will do it briefly on this, on cooperation. As I said, I truly, truly believe we need an entire ecosystem to work together in order to address the challenges we face. We have to simply try to, whatever we are doing, we have to really do 4 times, 5 times more. Public-private partnership, in my humble opinion, is going to be key for the success of any cybersecurity major initiative, for a very simple reason. A lot of innovation, a lot of knowledge and competences are with the private sector, with the businesses. So anyway, this is not going to fly and work without the brains, the academic system, the education system have to provide. So bottom line, truly public sector, private business and academic, new ways of cooperation on cybersecurity will be absolutely key. And whatever we are doing today, I say it from my role as acting director of the Romanian Cyber Directorate now, is not enough. We need to do much, much more. And the last point, a bit on awareness, because, and I will be very short on this, my experience of the last few years dealing with cybersecurity topics was that awareness is absolutely fundamental. And it's very weird and strange and dangerous in the same time that decision makers are not always aware of what is cybersecurity and what are the challenges and opportunities in the same time. It's a major concern that although we are all into digital and into devices and new apps and so on, and our kids are using them, and our business partners and colleagues are using them big time, and our organizations, we still are less aware about the involved risks. And also we are not fully aware about how fast the technologies are changing, how fast this is evolving. And I truly believe the professionals, the specialists in cybersecurity, let's not forget, we have a duty of increasing awareness about, we have a duty on talking about this topic with literally everyone, with our colleagues, with our superiors, with our business partners and so on. But it's really something that we have not to neglect, because the temptation is to focus on day-by-day operational things, on our decisions, on what we have to do, and forget that is our role and responsibility to talk about cyber, to talk about cyber risk, to talk about the incidents, to talk about how we tackle the solutions, how we tackle the challenges and how we bring the solutions, sorry. And we sometimes, we forget that it's not only a technology issue, cybersecurity. It's also an economic issue, it's a cultural issue, it's bottom line an awareness. Now, to close a bit, because I'm also scared about the timing and my colleagues get panicked a bit, that I exceed the time allocated. What I really wish to think and to talk about 1 year from now is really to be able to state that we better understood the phenomenon, the evolution of cybersecurity in these months. In particular, the convergence of the technology, economics, and also the human aspects behind it, behind those security trends, and that we really succeeded to work together, to cooperate and work in a very cooperative and collaborative way on the root causes on one hand for the problems we face, but also on the enablers. So on what enable, I would say, the cyber incidents, the cyber attacks, the cyber problems today, while succeeding in maximizing the opportunities. You know, I'm a person that comes from the world of risk management, and there what I learned, and that's the last point I really want to push to you, risk has two aspects. The unrewarding risk, so what can go wrong, what will happen bad, and the rewarding risk. What will happen good if you address the risk in an intelligent way, and you manage it, and you take the risk, you understand it, and still you make the next steps and the right steps in order to move on. So thank you so much. I hope I was in time. Thank you very much, Mr. Gilbert, for joining us at the beginning. And we'll move on with the next panel, which will happen in this room. Thank you.
So, hello, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Director, first of all, I would like to thank you for inviting me today. As you know, I was one of the evangelists of the National Directorate. So I'm very happy to be with you today under this and be one of the, or I hope to be one of your closest partners as institutional. So my name is Anton Rog. I am the head of the National Cyber Center from the Romanian Intelligence Service. A little bit about me. I'm supposed to moderate this panel, and I would say that from good and not so good reason, this panel is very dynamic, as in panelists. Some of them were not able to come here today. Face recognition, and I have a very long password, so typing is not a good idea. I will tell you more about my unit from the intelligence service. The title of this panel is this cybersecurity during and after the pandemic. So all of us might ask, why are we relating cybersecurity with the pandemic? Why did these two worlds are somehow related? Well, I hope that some of the mystery will be revealed with the help of our panelists. And I was told that also the order that I should bring in the panelists is different from some technical reason. What I can tell you is that by reading the short bio and the description of the panelists, I would say that this is by far a high-level panel with very experienced people from domain that are strongly related to cybersecurity. As a moderator of this panel, I'm going to take the liberty to, because I also have a presentation, to have my presentation as a last one, because I want, I don't know, by the end of the panel, everyone kind of lose the patience, so I want you to pay attention. Oh, they already put my presentation on the screen. No, I won't be first. You can leave it on the screen. Do you have also a presentation or a speech? Speech, so great. So since we have a very important lady with us in the panel, I would like to start the panel with her, and then we'll carry on with the other high-level panelists that we have in the panel. So I'm going to be last. So first of all, I would like to introduce Mrs. Knafo, Head of the Economic and Trade Mission, Embassy of Israel in Romania. It's quite impressive, the bio. Starting August 2018, the Economic and Trade Mission to Romania is led by Mrs. Knafo. In 2019, the mission set a historical world record, reaching the highest number of success stories between Israeli and local partners. Mrs. Knafo has an extensive international economic experience in various geographical areas. As the manager of the Latin America desk, a special project manager in America, both North and South, and the Middle East, and as the manager of the Economical and Trade Mission to Canada. Prior to her work at the Foreign Trade Administration, Mrs. Knafo, clerk for the Israeli Supreme Court, served as a commercial litigator at the leading Tel Aviv law firms and graduated from the Civil Service Cadet Program at the Israeli Prime Minister Office, aimed at training and building an elite management cadre that will catalyze tangible changes in Israeli civil service. Mrs. Knafo holds a master in law from Harvard Law School as a Shapiro Scholar, another master in public policy from the Hebrew University, and the LLB from the Tel Aviv University as part of the Tel Aviv University Special Program for Outstanding Student, an invitation-only honor program where she combined expanded coursework at the faculties of medicine, music, and foreign languages. So quite a complex lady. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Anton. And I think that, as Dan pointed out before, I think all the ways lead to cybersecurity by the end. And I'm very, very glad and honored to be here. Your Excellencies, dear friends, Bună Ziua. I'm honored being here today, sharing this physical and virtual stage with such an incredible international team of speakers, celebrating together the 11th edition of certCON. This year is even more celebratory, giving the exciting news about the establishment of the National Cybersecurity Directorate. On behalf of the Israeli National Cyber Directorate and its head, Mr. Yigal Una, and as well as the Economic and Trade Mission of Israel to Romania and the Embassy of Israel in Romania, I would like to convey our warmest wishes and to congratulate you for such an outstanding achievement. In Hebrew we say Mazal Tov. So congratulations, thank you so much. Both Romanian and Israeli directorates share a strong bond and in many aspects also a worldview. This is much more than just a mere organizational similarity, I would say. This is a fruitful collaboration that is based on a continuous dialogue and mutual knowledge sharing culminated in last June 2019 while signing a historical MOU between the Israeli National Cyber Directorate and the Romanian government. Since then, and during the pandemic, our friendship and cooperation have proved themselves essential, facing worldwide a significant growth in the scope, volume, and sophistication of malicious cybersecurity attacks in 2020 as well as in 2021. We all have seen here various ways in which many industries are vulnerable, unprepared, and sometimes lack adequate infrastructure and, as pointed before, trained personnel. The key for enhancing our cyber resilience, my friends, is threefold. Strategical collaboration between professional entities and ecosystem, massive investment of public and private players in cyber protection, and education. The Israeli cyber ecosystem is built upon those exact guidelines and pillars, bridging between diverse stakeholders, government, industry, academia, and the international arena, honing the specific skills required for each sector. Currently, there are 6 sectorial SOCs, CERTs in Israel, under the INCD umbrella: public security CERT, energy CERT, financial, aviation, telecom, and governmental CERT. And investing not only in the public and private physical infrastructure, but also in a manpower capacity building. We're starting from preschool in Israel and elementary school awareness, through high school cybersecurity practitioners and military training and expertise development, and continuing with acquiring cybersecurity methodology and training in various fields and R&D. Undeniably, Bucharest, as the new cyber capital city of Europe, hosting the European Cybersecurity Competence Center, which you will hear more about in the upcoming days, and Beersheva, another B, the cyber capital city of Israel, have paved a promising path towards collaboration. And we hope that we will be able to show you this soon in person in Israel, the Israeli ecosystem, while keeping, of course, safe. Speaking today about cybersecurity during then, hopefully soon after the pandemic, I would like also to share with you a few data about the effect of the pandemic on the Israeli cyber industry. 2020 set a record in terms of investment and acquisition in the Israeli cyber industry. And I'm going to give you a bit of numbers, but we'll try to keep track of this. So $2.9 billion in fundraising in more than 100 cyber deals. This is an increase of over 70% from 2019. Israeli cyber exports were estimated in $6.85 billion in 2020. 20 Israeli companies' acquisition were estimated at the value of $4.7 billion. And if we're trying to look at this in more of a percentage rather than gross numbers, 31% of the world's cyber investment was in Israel in 2020. In fact, with 5 new Israeli cyber unicorns in 2020, 33% of the cyber unicorns in the world in 2020 were Israelis. 2021 has ultimately made Israel the house of unicorns, or unicorn nation. And this is coming from a country with a barely 0.1% of the world's population. With 7 new cyber unicorns just in March this year, it is safe saying that the Israeli cyber industry will continue its impressive growth, we hope. And we believe that Romania is an important and close partner and a friend, and therefore very excited towards our journey together. Using our shared connections in a calculated, prudent manner could not only enhance our cybersecurity resilience, but also serve as a powerful engine for economic growth, especially during those challenging times. Thank you again, Mr. Rog, so much for your invitation, and I'm looking forward for the next 2 days of fascinating discussion and brainstorming. Again, congratulations and mulțumesc frumos. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being with us today. So, yeah, we touch on some very important figures. We know that Israel is working with big numbers when we talk about cybersecurity, and you have a very strong cybersecurity ecosystem involving public institutions from the defense and so on, academia and industry. So it's an inspirational model for more than one country. So what I can tell you is that when I was asked why we should move from CERT to the directorate, I had in mind several discussions and visits that I already done in Israel, and I had in mind your whole ecosystem, and we don't have to replicate it, but you know, to take the parts that are fitting into Romanian environment and create something here in the civil area, not in the military one. So yeah, so it seems that from your speech that you managed to gain a lot of good stuff as from the cybersecurity point of view, and you took advantage of the pandemic, which is great. Otherwise, yeah, we know that pandemic affected a lot the world of cyber. So thank you. So now the rest of the panelists are, as you might imagine, online. Otherwise, they will be here with me. Now I would like to move to Mr. Shane Dixon, which is the Acting Deputy Chief of Mission at the Embassy of the United States of America in Romania. They told me that from a technical point of view, he's ready to join us. So Shane Dixon became the Acting Deputy Chief of Mission in June 2021. Shane is a supervisory special agent and arrived in Bucharest March 2020 to serve as the Regional Security Officer. He joined the Foreign Service in 2006. His previous tours include RSO in Karachi, Pakistan, RSO in Ciudad Juarez, Mexico, RSO Lusaka, Zambia, ARSO Abidjan, Ivory Coast, Cote d'Ivoire, as well as a tour in both Diplomatic Security International programs and the Los Angeles field office. Shane grew in Gladeville, Tennessee. He has an undergraduate degree from the Tennessee Tech University and a graduate degree from the National Intelligence University. Shane speaks Spanish and Romanian. Bună ziua, Shane. And has limited proficiency in French. He is part of a tandem couple. His partner, Amanda, is a consular cone generalist. Shane is an avid outdoorsman and enjoys mountaineering and diving. So Shane, welcome, and the floor is yours.
Mulțumesc. Thank you very much for this invitation to be here and speak with you today. It is an honor to be asked to join this group of experts and leaders in this sector. Cybersecurity risks continue to grow in size and scope, and many countries face increasingly capable and aggressive cyber opponents. Therefore, it is critical that we work together and learn from one another to develop policies focused on proactive versus reactive measures in response to cyber attacks. Our bilateral cooperation in cybersecurity is excellent and a key component of our strategic partnership. Our embassy team, consisting of U.S. partners from the Department of State, Department of Defense, Department of Commerce, and Department of Justice, works actively with Romanian authorities to counter malicious actors in cyberspace through information sharing, discussion on best practices, conferences, and trainings. I'd like to talk today about some priorities for our administration that have evolved over the course of the COVID-19 pandemic, how our embassy mission has engaged with Romania on increasing its cybersecurity posture, and about areas in which continued international cooperation is essential. The COVID-19 pandemic has created new challenges for governments and businesses as they adapt to new operating models. Institutions are accelerating their digital transformation, and cybersecurity is now a major concern. The United States is elevating cybersecurity as an imperative across our government. We are expanding investments in the infrastructure and people we need to defend against malicious cyber activity, and renewing our commitment to international engagement on cyber issues. In April, the U.S. government launched a new public-private initiative to strengthen cybersecurity across critical infrastructure sectors. The first pilot is with electricity sector, and it will be followed by initiatives for natural gas pipelines, water systems, and others. On May 12th, the Biden administration released a new executive order on improving the nation's cybersecurity. The executive order attempts to address three core areas in order to improve federal network resilience: improving security and software design, optimizing federal incident response, and modernizing federal network cybersecurity. Cybersecurity is also an important pillar of the bilateral strategic partnership. We are grateful for our close cooperation with Romanian authorities to promote a vibrant and secure digital economy. We want to affirm our commitment to international engagement in cyberspace. This includes our close work with the government of Romania and other international partners to uphold and shape norms of responsible state behavior in cyberspace. Congratulations, Romania, for being chosen as the home of the new European Cyber Competence Center. The center is an excellent opportunity to leverage Romania's existing IT talent and ecosystem to promote innovative research in cybersecurity. It will also strengthen Bucharest as a regional hub for IT and communications. Also, we congratulate Romania on the establishment of the National Cybersecurity Directorate. This is an institution that will allow Romania to more effectively manage emerging cyber threats and develop targeted response capabilities. It will also increase cyber resilience through prevention and specialized reaction and intervention. This institution holds the potential to position Romania as a recognized leader in cybersecurity. Our mission actively engages with the Romanian government to cooperate on cybersecurity initiatives. I would like to share a few examples. We support Romanian officials through training and exchanges in the United States, at the George C. Marshall Center in Germany, and share best practices on cyber defense and strategy. We provide continued support for Romanian authorities in combating cybercrime and internet-enabled crime. This includes training programs for law enforcement and judicial officials on investigating and prosecuting cybercrimes. We partner with Romanian cyber authorities to increase cyber awareness and offer training on critical infrastructure protection and incident response. We strengthen our economic cooperation by supporting partnerships with U.S. companies. These companies offer best-in-class solutions to strengthen Romania's cyber and digital sector and meet the needs of companies and public authorities. We support Romania's efforts to create cyber education and workforce development programs, including opportunities for U.S.-sponsored exchange programs. Recent cyber incidents globally have demonstrated the growing sophistication of advanced cyber threats targeting both government and private sector agencies. This is a global problem that demands international cooperation, not just among governments, but also with trusted companies and non-government organizations. Ongoing cooperation between the public and private sectors is essential to sharing threat information and developing mitigation strategies so network defenders can take immediate actions. Incident response in cybersecurity is no longer the solo domain of technical experts. It requires whole of government and whole of organization approaches to allocate sufficient resources, educate users, and implement necessary countermeasures. In the wake of an unpredictable year of escalating attacks, such as the ransomware attacks on Colonial Pipeline and meat producer JBS USA, the U.S. recognizes that more remains to be done. This pandemic has taught us that preparation is key to successfully limiting the risk related to cyber attacks. The ability to quickly react to unforeseen events helps reduce the impact of cyber attack. We deeply appreciate our partnership with Romania and look forward to our continued cooperation to enhance cybersecurity and defend against common cyber threats. I will stop here. Thank you very much for this discussion. Mulțumesc.
Well, thank you. It was a speech with a lot of great ideas. I would say you touch a lot of things from response to malicious actors with a not necessarily reactive policy, but a proactive one. And hopefully our new strategy, our new Romanian strategy in cybersecurity, which is written and it's ongoing on the approval flow, I would say, will reflect something similar with what you presented. You refer ransomware as not like a simple type of attack, but because like a state-sponsored attack more, if we take into consideration the level of victim and the level of impact on the society and the economy, because usually when we talk about state actors, we are referring to the, I don't know, advanced persistent threat and espionage, cyber espionage and so on, but now ransomware is becoming more and more part of that. And I know that in the next days we'll address in more detail these things. We talk about investment, we talk about people training. So I would say that you touch a lot of things. Yes, of course we cherish, we really appreciate the partnership that we have with you. And it's important to endorse also in Romania the cyber education and the cyber workforce pipeline. So thank you once again for your intervention. And now I would like to move to our next speaker, which is also online, and to introduce Mr. Matteo Lucchetti. He's the director of the Cyber 4.0 National Cybersecurity Competence Center in Italy. Matteo is a passionate professional in the field of cybersecurity and cybercrime for more than 15 years. He is the director of the National Competence Center on Cybersecurity, promoted by the Italian Ministry of Economic Development. Core areas of work: training and education, tailored support for small, medium enterprises and public administration to foster the digital transition, research and innovation. Former program manager cybercrime at the Council of Europe, in charge of the global action of the cybercrime extending project GLESI Plus, a very well-known project, for over 5 years. Matteo holds a PhD in system engineering and MS electronic engineering and MS in cybersecurity, respectively, from the Sapienza University of Rome and the Royal Holloway University of London. Matteo, the floor is yours, if you can hear us.
Thank you very much, and I hope you can hear me. First of all, bună dimineața, doamnelor și domnilor. I've spent 5 years in Romania, and I've learned a little bit of Romanian, but not enough to present in Romanian, so I will continue in English. Thank you, Dan, for this kind invitation and for the organization of this event. It is extremely relevant to have such an international event in Romania, also considering the attention and the commitment that Romania has always expressed on this thematic. Proof is the establishment of the Cybercrime Program Office of the Council of Europe already 7 years ago now, in Romania, in Bucharest, and now also recognized by the European Union with the establishment of the Cybersecurity Competence Center. as you said, I am now the director of the National Cybersecurity Competence Center in Italy, which is an initiative promoted by the Italian Ministry of Economic Development. I actually have prepared a few slides. I will try to share them. There you go. I hope you can see it. Is it visible?
Yes, it is visible.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I want to be to try to stick to the time that I've been given. So I will skip some data that we all know about the increase of the use of internet during the pandemic times and the huge increase of social media active users in double digit, and also what we saw at the global level, the increase of many traditional forms of cybercrime, especially in the first months of the pandemic, and then this went on a smaller scale, but still was something that concerned the global community. Related to pandemic, there were, of course, a number of attacks of issues related to usual crimes that also increased. And I'm referring, for example, to the huge increase of reported cases of online child sexual exploitation, but also the increased number of DDoS attacks. Also, I would say the increase in attempts to recruit online workers for the underground criminal market. But the pandemic had an impact also on the criminal justice systems. Worldwide, when I worked in Council of Europe, I was in Council of Europe until March this year. So we had an overall picture at the global level of what the criminal justice system was doing. And we have noticed that in many countries there were emergency laws that also included aspects on cybercrime investigation, for example, on criminalization of fake news about the vaccines, and so far and so forth. But the biggest problem for criminal justice authorities was the increase of workload, together with the decrease, the reduction of the staff that could actually work on these topics. Because in many cases we've seen also criminal justice authorities redirected to enforce the laws on the pandemic, the special laws on the pandemic, and so in some countries even they stopped investigating cybercrimes for a while. And also, of course, all the efforts related to capacity building was reduced or stopped. This reflected also in Italy. This was at the global level. This reflected also in Italy. These are figures, official figures from the Ministry of Internal Affairs. In terms of alerts that were produced, we had plus 20%. The figures on the attacks that have been detected are not comparable. There has not been this tenfold increase that seems from these figures, because in this period the cybercrime police, Polizia Postale e delle Comunicazioni, Communication Police, established their local offices and local centers for investigating cybercrimes in the different regions of Italy. So they had more points of collection, and that's why there is this increase. But still, on the issue, for example, of child pornography or child sexual exploitation, we noticed a huge increase in the period of the pandemic, as these figures in red shows. What happened in terms of cybersecurity issues related to the pandemic? Of course, attackers focused more on the endpoint, because companies started to strengthen their security measures through VPN and other measures. And we've seen almost a doubling of the attacks to personal devices, as well as we've seen a huge increase of the power of DDoS attacks and the numbers of DDoS attacks. But the real plug last year and this year has been ransomware. It has been mentioned by Dan and by the previous speakers. We also in Italy, we had huge problems with ransomware that lately has become double extortion, meaning that they request a ransom to have the decryption key, but also they blackmail the company to sell the data. So there are double requests for ransom, and this is what happened very recently. You might have read at least the attack that we had in Lazio region. In Italy, the regional authorities are the ones that are handling the health system. And we had the system, the whole IT system of Lazio region, which is the region where Roma is, that was attacked by a ransom in August this year. And everything was encrypted and was deleted. And this was a very bad attack because this blocked the vaccination system for a few weeks. And also the general health system had major issues that I would say are not fully solved yet. Just a few weeks ago, in September, we had another attack also in Rome to one of the major hospitals. And also in that case, there were a lot of problems because they blocked basically the IT system of the hospital. So what we can do, actually, this is matching what Dan was saying in his introduction, what also my distinguished co-panelists already introduced. I always use these 3 C's when I'm asked what we can do to address this. Well, there is a commitment from the government that has to be there and that has to be renewed. Cybersecurity has to be a priority for decision makers in Italy. And actually this I added when Dan was saying a good indicator is how many laws have been passed in the pandemic time. We had 3 laws that have been passed addressing cybersecurity. One was for the creation of the national agency, National Cybersecurity Agency, which is a very big agency that has started already. And I'm happy to see that Roberto Baldoni will be here in the afternoon. He is the director of the national agency. And this is a major step for Italy, I think. And of course, this also shows the commitment of the Italian government, perhaps a bit late, but at least it's a strong commitment now. The second C is about capacities. We have to continuously strengthen capacities and knowledge, promote education and awareness. And in this aspect, my center is a pivotal point in the national context. And we have, of course, to promote cooperation at all levels, especially increasing the cooperation between public and private sector. So in this regard, just a few words on Cyber 4.0, which is the National Competence Center on Cybersecurity. Our 3 main lines of activities are about training, about orientation, so advisory to companies and to public administration, and promotion of research and innovation. We do this through a network of partners. Cyber 4.0 is technically an association where we have universities, we have public institutions, and 35 private partners with, I would say, the biggest players in cybersecurity in Italy are all there. We develop our action on 4 domains, core services of cybersecurity, and then 3 vertical pillars with specific competencies that are aerospace, automotive, and e-health. I would not bore you with the activities that we are conducting, mostly focusing on capacity building, on research and innovation projects, on the establishment of physical laboratories where to do certification and test before invest. We provide a number of services through a roster of more than 100 experts that have been created this year. And we, of course, have a big network for cooperation at national level, but we are increasing our presence also in the international context. I would not go in details, just to focus your attention. These are the categories of the services that Cyber 4.0 is able to provide and is providing to the national, to the public administration and to the small and medium enterprises. In particular, here is I put the focus on the training, which is a very important aspect of our action, with the creation of a Cyber 4.0 Academy and a number of courses that are cataloged on these lines that you see. As I said, we have a big network of collaboration at national level. Of course, one of the major players we interact with is the National Cybersecurity Agency. We are a candidate to become a European Digital Innovation Hub, and we are in the stakeholder group of CyberNet, as many of you might know already this project. But of course, we are happy to take additional collaborations and to promote further the need for making a unique front against cyber criminals all around the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Matteo. It was quite an extensive presentation. Things that we have to food for thought. Yes, now we saw that Italy managed to develop a very strong cyber ecosystem with all the necessary institutions. You managed to pass important law related to cyber domain. You also touch on the increase of cyber attacks during the pandemic with very concrete examples. We had quite the same situation regarding some hospital, like you presented for Lazio San Giovanni Hospital. We are glad to hear that you are doing effective stuff on capacity buildings, on cooperation, on training, on R&D and so on. So thank you for your presentation. And I would say that it was quite an insightful one. Now, with your permission, I would like to move to the next panelist, to Mr. Marco Barroso Lourenço, which is the technology strategist and cybersecurity policy researcher at ENISA. Marco Barros Lourenço is a technology strategist, futurist, and cybersecurity researcher with more than 2 decades of experience in international organization on 3 different continents. Marco worked for more than a decade as a CISO for the EU diplomatic mission and as a senior manager for the United Nations and Microsoft Corporation, where he defined strategies for public sector modernization, information security, and risk management. Marco joined the European Union Agency in 2018 as a senior cybersecurity expert, and he has been leading the agency research and innovation program since January this year. Marco has published several articles and papers in the area of threat intelligence, cyber risk management, and cybersecurity innovation, and is one of the founders of the European Cyber Threat Intelligence Community. Marco contributes to ENISA's work in the areas of foresight, market, and certification, and represent the agency in the European Cybersecurity Center of Excellence. So Marco, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I would like just to start by Thank you for the invitation addressed to ENISA, and also I'm here on behalf of ENISA Executive Director, Mr. Johan Lepassa. And I would like just to welcome everyone. I think this is a great forum to congratulate the Romanian governments for the achievement of bringing the competence center to Bucharest, and also for all the work that has been done for the past years on improving cybersecurity in the country and also contributing to Europe cybersecurity. And on that regard, the European Union Agency for Cybersecurity, ENISA, have been working for the last 15 years in dedicated to achieve a high common level of cybersecurity across Europe. We established just recently a new setup following and strengthened by the EU Cybersecurity Act, and we contribute we're now contributing to new areas, and we are reinforcing others that we've worked since our inception. The agency is now stronger, has more competencies, is also increasing in terms of size, in terms of number of staff. We are fully dedicated in supporting the EU in becoming more resilient, and also the society and our citizens to become more digitally secure. So the European Union Agency, for the ones that are not so familiarized with our work and on how we are set up, is a major actor in the European Union's cybersecurity landscape. We got more than 15 years, and we're playing a key role in enabling the EU's ambition to reinforce digital trust and security across Europe, together with the member states and other EU institutions and agencies. As I mentioned before, with the adoption of the Cybersecurity Act in 2019, ENISA has been given a new role in contributing to the EU research and innovation agenda. Article 11 of the Cybersecurity Act states that the agency should advise the Union, institution bodies and offices and agencies and the member states on research needs and priorities in the field of cybersecurity. And in order to fulfill that role and to support the European Commission, ENISA has been working in many projects, looking at how we are able to support our member states, to support our industry, our academia, making sure that our researchers are able to, first of all, develop the knowledge about cybersecurity solutions, technologies, projects, and services that are able to generate what we believe that we should work on in terms of the next cybersecurity technology and solution for the future. First of all, because we need to have a more comprehensive and more competitive landscape in terms of our solutions, but also for Europe to be able to compete externally to our union. And on that regard, ENISA is very much involved in supporting the European Commission and the member states in setting up the European Cybersecurity Competence Center. We've all been talking about this great achievement of the EU, and also congratulating Romania for bringing and having the seat for this center in Bucharest. And ENISA is one of the contributors and one of the active members of this competence center by, first of all, providing advice to the governing board by having a permanent seat as an observer, but also, as per the regulation, contribute to the work of the center by developing synergies. So our position with the competence center, it's very comprehensive. We want to partner with the competence center, we want to collaborate, and we want to make sure that within our role as an agency in cybersecurity, that we see the competence center as one key partner for us, for Europe to be able to invest in more cybersecurity projects, in more cybersecurity initiatives, and that will allow us to increase more in terms of our spectrum and also be able to bring more results and become more resilient to cybersecurity incidents. But also because it's important that we see the competence center also as an instrument to empower communities. And that has been the essence also of the work of ENISA, and we want to be able to transport all that experience into the vision of the competence center. Cybersecurity is a shared responsibility. and also because Europe strives for a cross-sectorial, all-inclusive cooperation framework. So ENISA plays a role in stimulating that active cooperation between cybersecurity stakeholders, member states, and EU institutions and agencies. And we want to put all that accumulated capital in working and empowering communities into the work of the Competence Center. So it's something that we're looking for. In terms of policy, cybersecurity is also a cornerstone on the digital transformation. And we see that an important factor for us to be able to roll out in terms of policies, but also in terms of the initiatives of the Competence Center, being able to stimulate the community to work on initiatives that will be able to help us leading into new initiatives, and bringing more policies into our regulation at the national and European level. But also other aspects that are important, like operational cooperation, making sure that we also create more capacities and capabilities to respond to cyber attacks that are cross-border and that are large scale, and also create efficiencies across the different entities that are operating on that space. Another aspect that it is important for us to be able, and we'll be able to contribute in terms of our knowledge, is our long-term commitment to capacity building and awareness raising. ENISA has been involved in a number of initiatives, like organizing exercises like the one that happened this month in Poland, also with the European Cybersecurity Month, and other initiatives and activities that are important to strengthen and to create more awareness and to be able to develop capacities and also create new skills in terms of cybersecurity. Other components are also important for the work of ENISA and our contribution to the Competence Center. And those are the foresight, how we are looking ahead and see what are the challenges and the opportunities. And that are also important for us to be able to develop knowledge around what is important in this domain, and to discuss with the researchers, with the academia, what are the areas where Europe should invest in terms of our developing capabilities and developing knowledge to protect us from risks and threats associated with emerging technologies, as an example, and many other things that we are involved in, and I believe we'll be able to carry all that knowledge and experience into our cooperation and collaboration with the Competence Center. Now, in terms of our topic for today, and our introducing ENISA, I think it already covered the main aspects, but I would like to just talk about how we see in terms of the topic of cybersecurity during and after the pandemic. One of the aspects that for us is very dear, and Mr. Dan Simpian mentioned in his introduction, is the factor of risk. I think that this pandemic brought us one important aspect, that is how we reflect and how we analyze and manage risk. A lot of organizations were not prepared for this scenario. They were not. I don't believe that the great majority of the organizations were not considering a pandemic in their risk management and scenario. And even on the worst cases, they would see situations related with the environment, with the weather, and things that could influence the business, but never a pandemic that could last 1 to 2 years or even more. So this pandemic brought us to be more aware and more careful in terms of how we analyze risk. So I see that we see that with this new way of seeing and analyzing risk as an opportunity for us that work in cybersecurity to raise awareness into the ones that are responsible for taking decisions on how organizations manage risk. Cybersecurity during the pandemic time increased quite substantially for many organizations due to, of course, the adoption of digital technology to the way we work, to the way people relate to our daily lives. And with more technology, the risks are higher, are more diversified, are more complex to understand and to be able to track and map. Therefore, we see now as an opportunity. We see an opportunity to discuss with leaders, with business owners, with the wider community in Europe, to make sure that we understand and review, we understand the risks and review what we see as an important instrument for our operation in terms of a common market. Is to make sure that our business continuity plans cater for cybersecurity risks, and we understand how we are able to cover them and how we are able to find response, mitigate them, even if there are other instruments that we're able to help us managing, like for example, insurance, like for example, being able to transfer that risk to third parties, but be able to find a strategy to address cybersecurity risks. And last, I believe that also in terms of understanding what is ahead of us after the pandemic, is that we'll continue seeing more technology entering into our digital lives. So the risks and the challenges of protecting our personal data, to be able to also make sure that our systems are operational and are resilient to different type of challenges, we're able to protect them and be able to find the responses that are necessary so that our businesses and our organizations don't suffer any interruption. My last word to the Competence Center on how we all see this evolving in the future, and the importance of having a good and committed community into the work and to improving cybersecurity across Europe. We believe that now it's time for us to take an opportunity to recover from this pandemic time, and we recover by stimulating the community into looking into ways of improving and developing cybersecurity. There is an opportunity with the Competence Center. This is an opportunity with all the funding that is available. There are opportunities for researchers, for startups, for SMEs to look at the Competence Center and the community to present ideas, to identify areas that we should be investing on, and to discuss, not only in isolation, but be looking at cross-border ideas on how to universities from one member state with other member states are able to cooperate and develop ideas together on one startup together with another startup in a different point of the union, present projects together. So that mobilization and engagement of the community will be essential and critical for the success of the Competence Center. So I stress and the importance for everyone to be involved, for everyone to contribute, and for us to collectively find the solutions and the ideas about our own future to make sure that it's safe for all the organizations and for all the citizens in the Union. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Marco. So we'd like to thank you for sharing with us some of the many projects that ENISA is doing at European level, starting from the new Cybersecurity Act to the resilience part, to the legislation framework at the European level. I would also like to thank you for the way you excellently explained the relationship that will be in between the ENISA and the ECCC, how they are closely to cooperate together. You call that, if I remember correctly, key partners. And as I see, the ECCC from Romania must concentrate on the capacity buildings, yes, on helping startups, not transnational at the European level, and even in cooperation with a cyber nation like Israel, maybe. It's important to have joint projects from different regions of Europe, not only from academia, but also from the industry. So you touch on a lot of things that are quite important from a cybersecurity point of view. And I also enjoyed the way that you explained how the pandemic affected our life and so on, and how we should make our leaders and business owner more aware about what they should do as increasing the cybersecurity level caused also by the pandemic. So thank you once again. And now, with, if you agree, I would like to move to my presentation. And then we have some one or two questions from the public, and I also have one or two questions that I somehow prepared for the panelists as a surprise to see what do they have to say about those topics. So, as I explained to you, I'm the head of National Cyber Center from the Romanian Intelligence Service. So I'm going to give you a glance, a small idea about how we saw the pandemic in the almost in the last 2 years, let's say, since we became aware of the pandemic. I'm good. For the ones that they don't know who we are and what we are doing, so we are a specialized central unit in the Romanian Intelligence Service that is dealing with a cyber threat that are a national security level. So cyber that affects our national security. We are in strong cooperation with all the other agencies from Romania, and with a key partner, the National Cyber Directorate. Mainly, we are dealing with 3 pillars. The one that has with the state-sponsored actor that moved, as we saw in all the previous presentation and speeches from this panel, that we are not dealing only with advanced persistent threat that has to do with cyber espionage, but also in this area of state-sponsored actors. Now we are dealing more and more with high-level cybercrime, including ransomware, but not only. A second important pillar that we are dealing with is the cybercrime, but not like the regular normal cybercrime, but a high-level cybercrime that is also affecting national security. And the third pillar has to do with hacktivism and cyber terrorism. And fortunately, at least in Romania, we don't have that many cybercrime or cyber terrorist or cyber extremist organization. But during the pandemic, we saw an increase also in this phenomenon that I'm going to talk about in my presentation. How the state-sponsor attack took advantage of the pandemic, and how did they act in Romania? So they came mainly to steal sensitive data. In our landscape, they in the biggest majority of cases, they use spear phishing emails. Not only that, but I would say that 90% they use this method, and as you know, in a system, the weakest link is always the human. So they try to get into the system through the weakest link by using social engineering through spear phishing emails. Well, what was the target, at least in Romania, during the pandemic from a state-sponsored cyber attack? Strategic entities such as public institutions, I'm not going to give you a concrete example, that own important government data. Well, how did they exploit the pandemic? So there were several phases. The most active one was in the beginning of the 2020, mostly in March, April, and May, and some in June, in which all of us, we did not know that much about the COVID. Now we do more, but it seems that not more enough, but we do more than 1.5 years ago. So everybody was eager to read, to click on the links that has to do with how to stay safe from the pandemic, wonder cure against the pandemic, and so on. And also the people that were employed in public institutions from the Romanian government, they received email with those kind of subjects, and some of them, not that many, but still some of them click the link, and because of that, those institutions, they get infected. Their goal is to exfiltrate sensitive information to use for their own strategic advantage. And during the pandemic, they targeting those Romanian institutions that were involved in dealing with the whole phenomenon of the pandemic, starting from the communication to the hospital, to the Ministry of Health, and so on. Regarding to cybercrime, well, yes, the most active period was also in between March and May, June to 2020, but is still active. The subject of pandemic is still exploited. Now they moved from the cure and the treatment. They moved to the vaccine. Let's say. Landscape the vaccine scenario, whether to be or not vaccinated, second effects, whether it is good or not. So we still have a lot of attacks that are using social engineering based with that. And as the previous, my previous panelists already mentioned in their presentation or speeches, ransomware is no longer single, and ransomware is almost always accompanied with double extortion. And I'm not going to explain more about that because it was explained before. But yes, this is becoming a phenomenon in the public in the attacks against public institutions, but also against private companies. We faced a relevant number of attacks that has to do with info stealers. And nevertheless, we had several social engineering campaigns. What I can tell you is that we are running a security operating center, a SOC, that is providing cybersecurity services to a lot of ministries and agencies in the Romanian government. And we had a period in which some of the service work in a different way, and the people that has to do with cybersecurity and with IT in those institutions, they became more aware, and they saw that they were part of the institution and private companies that were attacked by cyber actors from the cybercrime pillar. Well. I know that in order to better understand, examples are good. So we face Cerberus, Android Banker, Cubeball Banker, and Emotet. Not only those, but those three were quite widespread also in the private companies, in the academia, and very widespread in the public institution. They were active from the March of 2020 up to the end of year 2020 as a widespread, and in some part of Romania they are still trying to attack public institutions and private companies. I'm not going to give you into details about all those Trojans, ransomware and so on. You can get this technical info from the net. Well, regarding to the last pillar that we are dealing with, we had mostly three types of attacks. Most of them performed against hospital, Ministry of Health, and other institution that was supposed to manage this COVID period and to solve the problem in Romania. So we had distributed denial of service, DDoS. We had a lot of defacement in which some cybercrime groups promoted their anarchist and extremist idea in some public institution, but we managed to solve them in a very short period of time, so they did not become public, let's say. And we also had a lot of attack with SQL injection also in the public institution that has to do with managing the COVID in order to extract data about how the Romania is dealing with the phenomenon. Another subject that I would like to touch in my presentation is the work from home model or scenario versus cyber attack. In 2020, in the spring of 2020, we, just like any other country on this planet, we have the lockdown. So whether we like it or not, we have to move online into where it was possible to move online and to do the work that we are doing from the office directly from home. I know that after almost 2 years, some of the people, they really like to stay on this model. They say it's more pro-efficient than working from an office. What I can tell you is that Romania, just like I'm imagining other states, was not fully prepared for this phenomenon. So the surface of attack increased exponentially. So while other industries or public institutions, they had less to work because of the lockdown, because of the work from home, the National Cyber Center, the unit that I'm running, multiply the activity at least by 3. So we have 3 times more work to do than in a regular year. That is decreasing now because also the public institution and private companies and the academia, they were starting to take the necessary cybersecurity measure in order to be more resilient against attack. So we have an increased exposure to cyber attack. We face a lack of cyber hygiene because they move from the office directly to home. Some of them, some of them were not provided with equipments like I don't know, laptop, tablets, you name it, provided by the company or by the institution with a security policy installed on it. So they were using their own devices in order to do their work from home. Also, we discovered that because everybody was working like in a kind of a closed environment, when they move in online, we saw a lack of cybersecurity measure. We also saw that a lot of the vulnerability that were published were already patched in the system. So the attackers, the hacker, they exploited a lot of those vulnerabilities. As I told you, we have to work 3 times more than in a regular period. So we came with some very simple advices, but you know, in Romania we have a talent to say that, well, that will never happen to me, so I can postpone those measures. Well, it will never happen to me. I don't have to get a vaccine because COVID is not something real. And now we saw where we are in the pandemic now in Romania. So the same mentality, the same approaches, they used also related to the cyber attack during the pandemic. So we told them to use appropriate cybersecurity policies and not as a general term. We gave them what to do, like minimum technical step, like connecting to a VPN, like give employees dedicated equipment devices to work from home with security policies installed on it, with monitoring and so on. We also advise them to perform audits on activities carried remotely into the network because this is something different from working from the home. You know, to use safe online platform to avoid obscure and so on, and to limit the user access based on their job. So you don't have to be an administrator if you perform some simple task. Some of them listened to us, some of them did not listen, and they became 100% victim of cyber attacks. And just like the people that did not get the vaccine those days and they are in the hospital with a mask of oxygen, they scream to the doctor, please give us the vaccine, we don't want to die. Also those people in the cyber domain, they suffer total loss of data. They have the backup on the same machine, not on a separate one, and so on. So what I can tell you is that we had a lot of work to do in the last 2 years. Well, we also told them that they have to address at least 3 levels, employees level, to train and test the employees in order to prevent cybersecurity incident. And some of them did it in a right way, most of them not so much. We also told them that they have to address the IT admin level in order to implement complex and up-to-date security policies, and the most sensitive activities, even if we are in the pandemic COVID, they should be done not remotely but directly on premise on the servers, on the central infrastructure, and in the institutional level to cooperate with other public-private entities specialized in cybersecurity to report when they have an incident, to exchange data, and so on. So that was my presentation, and that was how we saw, face, and manage the cyber landscape during the pandemic. So now I would like to, if we do have time, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. Yes, we have a question from the public, and I'm going to read it. So, how do you see the it's a question addressed to the panelists, of course. How do you see the convergence between economics and technology as applied to the cybersecurity? Is cyber a key economic driver, especially now during pandemics? So who would like to address these questions?
That would be me. So absolutely, there is a connection, and cyber is definitely one of the most prominent and the most complicated, with also so many other intersections to other sectors. And we've heard this before related to hospitals that were under attack, the way we want to monitor our own data, the way we want to manage those hospitals, and the way we want to manage this pandemic. Everything these days, if you want to work from home, if you want to live your life in a certain way, if you want to keep your privacy, if you want to advance, and that everything has to do with cyber. And definitely the pandemic has accelerated the digitalization process in various sectors, and we see it everywhere. I can only attest for what we're doing at the Economic and Trade Mission of Israel to Romania. We've been working closely with municipalities, with hospitals, with law entities, with law enforcement, with other private integrators in order to find better solutions, because this is a problem that we're all facing. And as I said before, I believe that communication and sharing knowledge is definitely the key to have a brighter future. Cyber, relating to the cyber transaction that we were leading in the economic mission, I could say that during the pandemic we've seen a growing interest from the Romanian market regarding potential of implementation of Israeli technologies in various projects, and we are definitely hopeful that we could collaborate more and to share our knowledge in various of other projects facing Romania. This is also would be a great opportunity for me to address the physical and the virtual audience and mention that if you want to collaborate, or if you want to hear more about Israeli technologies and how they could relate or how they could promote your own product, we're very much looking forward to provide our assistance and to share our experience as well, because as we said before, we're all facing the same challenges. Thank you.
Thank you. If the other panelists, they would like to address these questions. It seems that no. Oh, please, please, yes.
Yeah, no, just to say that indeed these are two very interconnected fields, I would say. At least in Italy now we are taking advantage of the Recovery and Resilience Plan, which allows some budget finally dedicated just to specific topics on cybersecurity, and this is a big driver now. In the budget of the Recovery and Resilience Plan, there is a line dedicated to cybersecurity, but also, for example, we are now seeing, with respect to the budget dedicated to the health system, if there can be a possibility to allocate some of that budget just for cybersecurity issues. So it is something that it's definitely driving now also the decisions on the economic level.
Okay, thank you.
I would like just to make a comment as well.
Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Just very quickly, it's our conviction that, of course, cybersecurity is a very important economic driver and enabler. If we take into consideration that more and more in the future, we will see that businesses would like to do business with other companies that are cyber secure. And that is something that is an added value. It's an advantage point for the businesses that are seeking to, first of all, deliver digital products and services that are basically certified. And here I mentioned about the initiative that the EU is undertaking to set up certification schemes for ICT products and services. And that becomes basically as added value for EU businesses when we're competing by saying that our products are cyber secure, that protects the users or the consumers' personal data, and also makes sure that their information is and also the systems are reliable and are resilient. So all those factors are economically an added value into to our businesses and to the ones that see that operate with them. Thank you.
Thank you. If I may add some words related to that question. Yes, of course, the cyber, it will be a driver in the next decades. I don't know how many. Maybe someone else will appear in the meantime, but cyber will be there with us at least for the next 30 years from a very strong economic point of view, because we are adopting more and more technology. And now there are those concepts that we are talking about. They are more and more put in practice. Cyber security by design. So by the beginning of the life of the project, at least at Europe, not at least everywhere, but especially at the European level, they are taking into consideration also the cyber aspect, the security of the project, and it was mentioned the labeling, but not only. For example, there are ideas, very good ones, I would say that okay, you launch this product on the market. For how long do you intend the life of the project? 7 years, 10 years. Okay, so for this period of time, you'll be obliged by law to provide patches related to cybersecurity from the software and hardware part of that product. So. Also, it's important to see the relation in between the cyber force education and the contribution of the cyber industry to the member states' economy, to the European economy, and eventually to the global economy. So now I would like to get another question from the public that was moved up because it appears some other question in the meantime. May I take this? Yeah, please. We know all too well that the social and physical distance pandemic times has increased the use of technology, which has led to the spread of cyber risk and attacks. Who will be the winner in the prevention and the diagnosis of the attacks? Solution based on the human alerts and detection, or those based on artificial intelligence? We know that artificial intelligence is a sector still in regulation due to the impact of human rights or democracy. So who will win?
Hi, good morning. I want to apologize that Mr. Dixon had to step out unexpectedly, so I thank you very much in advance. He sends his regrets. but I'm happy to step in. I'm Megan Bishop. I work as an economic officer at the U.S. Embassy. And I think this is a very important question that all cybersecurity policymakers must take into account and recognize. When it comes to more sophisticated technologies in the realm of cybersecurity, we're also seeing more sophisticated technologies in combating those trends. And it does raise some certain moral questions at a certain point related to how far are we willing to go with new technologies that we might not fully understand in order to mitigate possible cyber risks. I think an important first step is getting all the relevant actors together to have discussions on what is the best policy that can protect all governments and all citizens of those governments. And as Mr. Rogue mentioned, there's multiple different levels of cybersecurity and how they affect different levels of an organization. There's a lot of different points in which cyber actors can enter, and the technologies that are being used are becoming more and more sophisticated. Taking all of this into consideration, it can be difficult to sometimes pinpoint where exactly we can find a common solution to combat these threats. But I think ultimately it comes down to what many of my colleagues on the panel have said, and that's continued collaboration to make sure that we're developing technologies that are taking into account the moral possibilities, the moral risks, and taking into account the types of actors who are perpetrating cyber attacks and how those actors are also becoming more developed and changing some of their methodologies, increasing their attack surface and things of that nature. So I think ultimately it's hard to say who will be the winner, right? Because these technologies are still developing, but as long as we are taking this into account and we are working effectively to help mitigate those risks, I think we can come out as a winner in the fight against cyber attacks. Thanks.
Thank you. If other panelists would like to step in and address these questions.
Well,
So human alert and behavior versus artificial intelligence, who will win?
Yeah, if I can share my views on that. Well, I think that artificial intelligence and cybersecurity are so much interconnected that there is not really a winner. I mean, the two systems are not necessarily alternative, and artificial intelligence has to be capable of interpreting also the data, unstructured data that come from human observation, as well as cybersecurity has to provide support, not just let's say, not just using artificial intelligence as a tool to strengthen the solutions, but also sometimes it's artificial intelligence itself that needs to be secured and to be inspected, and that can present additional issues in cybersecurity. So I would say that the two approaches have to find a convergence, and there will not be one radical solution that excludes the other.
Thank you. So if I may have well, lately we heard some buzzwords like AI, quantum computing, blockchain versus cyber. So all those technologies can help cyber become better. But what we saw, not only this year, but in the last 2 or 3 years, that also all those technology can have a dual use. So, for example, there are some products that I'm not going to mention here that are using artificial intelligence in order to detect abnormal behavior in a network. So when you're not capable to discover a cyber operation or cyber attack against a network, using like regular product like antivirus, I don't know, intrusion detection system, regular technologies that we all know in order to protect against complex, highly complex cyber attack, then you can use these complementary technologies that are not detecting based on IOCs, YARA rules, signature, and so on. So they are learning the normal behavior of the network, and when something goes out from that pattern, they just warn you, say, well, something is not right in your infrastructure, please investigate and take measures. So AI, from this point of view, is like God, because otherwise you won't be able to discover those type of attack almost never. Also, what we saw is that in the past, the way the cybercrime group that was sponsored by intelligence communities from other countries, in the era when they don't have AI at their disposal, like free code on the net, on the deep web, dark web, the APT, the advanced persistent threat attacks, were not that complex. They have you are able to saw in the code the human intervention, the human fault, and so on. Since 2019, even 2018, but 2019, 2020, and this year, artificial intelligence is more and more used in order to generate complex, advanced, persistent threat that has inside less bugs, less flaw than that in the time they were developing, created by humans. So all those technologies can be used in a good way and also in a bad way. So they will, let's say, they are driver in the regular technical domain, but also in cyber. If there are no more questions from do you have one?
With your permission, actually,
of course, but you are the owner of this event.
I'm the host.
Yeah, the host.
I don't want to abuse my role as a host.
Please.
But I really have a question in the context of what you just mentioned and our prior speakers. And actually, this is a question to Marco and to Enisa. I hope, Marco, you are still online. In all this context and with all these developments, my reflection is, it's clear and obvious that we need better policies. Now the key question is, do we need different type of regulation, stronger regulation or more relaxed regulation? Because we have a lot of challenges and attacks and issues and technology changes on one hand. On the other hand, there is more and more need for better security in general. And of course, policymakers and regulators in this context have a say and should have an important role. And in my view, who else better to us than Enisa about this topic? So Marco, if you are with us, can you?
I am. Yes, that's a very good question, Dan, and thank you for posing it. In fact, I see this as in twofold. First, that technology in policy is something that started not long time ago, and I see with great achievements during the last decade, with a lot of regulation, and I believe that the NIS directive pioneered in a lot of aspects. But also, I congratulate policymakers and in general politicians for taking into consideration more and more the opinion and the inputs from the experts, from technologists, from people that are experts in specific areas, to get them at an early stage into the discussions on how policy and regulation is important to in the technology context. So I think that that is very positive. For example, we've seen very recently with 5G we initiated this journey on looking at 5G from a policy perspective by conducting a risk assessment, and then at a later stage issuing a threat landscape and producing a toolbox that it looks at some requirements regarding the implementation of 5G infrastructure. And we're very pleased to see that more and more at various levels, at the EU level, but also at the member state level, the involvement of experts, involvement of people that work in technology, and bring them into the discussion at an early stage to contribute. Now, your question is that, do we need more regulation? Well, I do believe that we need more regulation in terms of making sure that our rights, our fundamental rights, our principles, and the way we operate in the physical world are somehow transposed into the virtual world with the same rules. So that with the protection of citizens' rights, it happens the same way in the physical world and as in the digital world or the virtual world. And therefore, we don't need, I think that there is an opportunity for us to look at policy from a more modern perspective, taking in consideration different paradigms, different approaches, also bringing new people, the ones that I mentioned, the experts and the technologists and people that are involved in this kind of activities into the discussion. But mainly we need to make sure that everyone's rights are respected and protected in the digital space. And when I say this, there's still a long way. We're looking at now in terms of, for example, it was just recently discussed, the resilience, EU Resilience Act for technology. We're looking at the EU strategy for the digital decade. We're looking at the act for the digital market. So we're looking at a lot of ideas, the NIS Directive 2.0, that is also in discussion. So there's a lot of initiatives from a policy perspective that we're looking very positively evolving at the moment for us to be able to reach that stage very soon. So finalizing my thought is that yes, we need more regulation. Yes, we need to be more proactive. We need to anticipate those challenges early enough so that we also find the answers to the needs of our citizens, businesses and organizations in Europe, that we are able to respond with effective and efficient and flexible regulations that accommodate and help them operate on a daily basis. So, and I think we are on the right track, and we're providing the answers that are expected from us. But of course, considering that there are a lot of challenges to conduct this kind of activity in an environment just that is, and in a context that's the one in Europe with 27 member states. But I think that we have been successful enough to get some accomplishments and be able to meet some of the expectations. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any new question from the public, so I would like to make a few closing remarks about this panel. So at least from what I remember, we touched on a lot of subjects during the presentation and the speeches, and also during the answer. We touched on cyber industry and how should be developed. We touched on legal framework, at least at the European level. We mentioned some very relevant institution that has to do with the domain in the member states. We talk about capacity building, creating a good cyber environment. We talk about resilience. We also talk about how pandemic affected us from a cyber point of view. I heard this word in every panelist, so we need to be more proactive, not only reactive, and I fully agree with that. We talk about creating a stable workforce and education. So I would like to thanks to Shane, to Barake, to Matteo and Marco, and also to Dan for this high-level panel. It was quite an honor for me to be the moderator of this panel. So with this, I think I can declare this panel closed. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. So we invite you so we can network a bit and enjoy some lunch as well. Yeah, and we got a few extra minutes for this. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
So we reconvene basically 1:30 Bucharest time, which is 12:30 Central European time. Yeah.
Information being shown. One of that was my debit card information. After I got hacked, the steps I took were immediate. I changed my password. I contacted the service providers. I did change my debit card. It is reassuring to have a new debit card which is more safe and more secure. And I also set up a new Wi-Fi system so that the default password and the name can be changed. You shouldn't share your devices with other people. I did change my debit card. It is reassuring to have a new debit card which is more safe and more secure. I would consider myself reasonably knowledgeable when it comes to technology, but after I got hacked, my takeaways are that you shouldn't share your devices with other people. Think before you click. If you get a suspicious looking message, look at the source and contact the service providers. You should always download official apps from certified application store and change your passwords regularly and change your Wi-Fi name as well.
My business has been running online for 8 years. Social media would be a huge part of our business. I got an email through from my social media provider and it was giving me an option to verify my account. So I clicked in, logged into my account. Within the next half an hour, my phone started to slow down. I noticed that apps that I would normally use weren't working. So I did turn the phone off. I turned my phone back on about 40 minutes later. There was a whole lot of emails that had just come in. When I opened it, I could see that all of my account details had been changed, my username, my password, and my phone number. We then had emails stating that our account had been taken for ransom. They were threatening to delete all of the content, to take the name if we did not respond and pay a ransom within 2 hours. That then whittled down to 1 hour. We realized we were on a countdown, and that's when we started to panic. I realized very quickly, don't interact. We'd had emails stating that our account had been taken for ransom. They were threatening to delete all of the content, to take the name if we did not respond and pay a ransom within 2 hours. The ransom they were asking for was $900. At the time, I very much considered paying it, but at the same time, my husband was looking online and was reading a couple of scenarios where this had happened to somebody else, they paid it and they didn't receive their account back. So I realized very quickly, don't interact. It was devastating to see our account disappear. Not only was that 8 years of work, but it was also the history of our business. We created the new account and then I went on to my personal account and I recorded a 2-minute video, very briefly telling people what had happened. When I woke up the next morning, that video had been viewed 25,000 times and everybody shared the page. Within 24 hours, we had built up a following of over 25,000. It was like somebody came in, burnt out my business, and then the community came together and built it up the next day. It was absolutely incredible. The advice I would give to people is always think before you click, no matter how legitimate something looks. It was devastating to see our account disappear. Not only was that 8 years of work, but it was also the history of our business. I was aware that hacking was becoming more and more prominent. I didn't expect that it would happen to me. The advice I would give to people is always think before you click. No matter how legitimate something looks, make sure that you click on the sender email. I would also say make sure that you put two-step authentication on everything. Make sure to use a unique and strong password for each account. Keep them different and use a password manager where you can. As well as reporting to your social media provider or wherever the hacking incident has occurred, you should also report it to the local authorities, because the more these things are reported and the more awareness that is out there of what is happening, the more education is going to be put in place on how to prevent it.
Verificați cu atenție orice propunere de plată online. Nu accesați linkuri trimise de necunoscuți. Nu furnizați datele de pe card. Ele nu se folosesc pentru a primi bani. Raportați orice tentativă de fraudă.
I gave my device to a friend I thought I could trust. And the next day, when I opened up my laptop, romantic music started playing and a pop-up window appeared. It was offering me a cheap upgrade for a service I regularly use. On the pop-up window, there was personal information being shown. One of that was my debit card information, which was frightening to even imagine that someone had access to my debit card information. I was thinking this is something suspicious, so I was gonna close the pop-up window, but it didn't allow me to close the pop-up window. And that was the moment I knew I got hacked. After I got hacked, the steps I took were immediate. Window, there was personal information being shown. One of that was my debit card information. After I got hacked, the steps I took were immediate. I changed my password. I contacted the service providers. I did change my debit card. It is reassuring to have a new debit card which is more safe and more secure. And I also set up a new Wi-Fi system so that the default password and the name can be changed. You shouldn't share your devices with other people. I did change my debit card. It is reassuring to have a new debit card which is more safe and more secure. I would consider myself reasonably knowledgeable when it comes to technology, but after I got hacked, my takeaways are that you shouldn't share your devices with other people. Think before you click. If you get a suspicious looking message, look at the source and contact the service providers. You should always download official apps from certified application store and change your passwords regularly and change your Wi-Fi name as well.
My business has been running online for 8 years. Social media would be a huge part of our business. I got an email through from my social media provider and it was giving me an option to verify my account. So I clicked in, logged into my account. Within the next half an hour, my phone started to slow down. I noticed that apps that I would normally use weren't working. So I did turn the phone off. I turned my phone back on about 40 minutes later. There was a whole lot of emails that had just come in. When I opened it, I could see that all of my account details had been changed, my username, my password, and my phone number. We then had emails stating that our account had been taken for ransom. They were threatening to delete all of the content, to take the name if we did not respond and pay a ransom within 2 hours. That then whittled down to 1 hour. We realized we were on a countdown, and that's when we started to panic. I realized very quickly, don't interact. We'd had emails stating that our account had been taken for ransom. They were threatening to delete all of the content, to take the name if we did not respond and pay a ransom within 2 hours. The ransom they were asking for was $900. At the time, I very much considered paying it, but at the same time, my husband was looking online and was reading a couple of scenarios where this had happened to somebody else, they paid it and they didn't receive their account back. So I realized very quickly, don't interact. It was devastating to see our account disappear. Not only was that 8 years of work, but it was also the history of our business. We created the new account and then I went on to my personal account and I recorded a 2-minute video, very briefly telling people what had happened. When I woke up the next morning, that video had been viewed 25,000 times and everybody shared the page. Within 24 hours, we had built up a following of over 25,000. It was like somebody came in, burnt out my business, and then the community came together and built it up the next day. It was absolutely incredible. The advice I would give to people is always think before you click, no matter how legitimate something looks. It was devastating to see our account disappear. Not only was that 8 years of work, but it was also the history of our business. I was aware that hacking was becoming more and more prominent. I didn't expect that it would happen to me. The advice I would give to people is always think before you click. No matter how legitimate something looks, make sure that you click on the sender email. I would also say make sure that you put two-step authentication on everything. Make sure to use a unique and strong password for each account. Keep them different and use a password manager where you can. As well as reporting to your social media provider or wherever the hacking incident has occurred, you should also report it to the local authorities, because the more these things are reported and the more awareness that is out there of what is happening, the more education is going to be put in place on how to prevent it.
Verificați cu atenție orice propunere de plată online. Nu accesați linkuri trimise de necunoscuți. Nu furnizați datele de pe card. Ele nu se folosesc pentru a primi bani. Raportați orice tentativă de fraudă.
I gave my device to a friend I thought I could trust. And the next day, when I opened up my laptop, romantic music started playing and a pop-up window appeared. It was offering me a cheap upgrade for a service I regularly use. On the pop-up window, there was personal information being shown. One of that was my debit card information, which was frightening to even imagine that someone had access to my debit card information. I was thinking this is something suspicious, so I was gonna close the pop-up window, but it didn't allow me to close the pop-up window. And that was the moment I knew I got hacked. After I got hacked, the steps I took were immediate. There was personal information being shown. One of that was my debit card information. After I got hacked, the steps I took were immediate. I changed my password. I contacted the service providers. I did change my debit card. It is reassuring to have a new debit card which is more safe and more secure. And I also set up a new Wi-Fi system so that the default password and the name can be changed. You shouldn't share your devices with other people. I did change my debit card. It is reassuring to have a new debit card which is more safe and more secure. I would consider myself reasonably knowledgeable when it comes to technology, but after I got hacked, my takeaways are that you shouldn't share your devices with other people. Think before you click. If you get a suspicious looking message, look at the source and contact the service providers. You should always download official apps from certified application store and change your passwords regularly and change your Wi-Fi name as well.
My business has been running online for 8 years. Social media would be a huge part of our business. I got an email through from my social media provider and it was giving me an option to verify my account. So I clicked in, logged into my account. Within the next half an hour, my phone started to slow down. I noticed that apps that I would normally use weren't working. So I did turn the phone off. I turned my phone back on about 40 minutes later. There was a whole lot of emails that had just come in. When I opened it, I could see that all of my account details had been changed, my username, my password, and my phone number. We then had emails stating that our account had been taken for ransom. They were threatening to delete all of the content, to take the name if we did not respond and pay a ransom within 2 hours. That then whittled down to 1 hour. We realized we were on a countdown, and that's when we started to panic. I realized very quickly, don't interact. We'd had emails stating that our account had been taken for ransom. They were threatening to delete all of the content, to take the name if we did not respond and pay a ransom within 2 hours. The ransom they were asking for was $900. At the time, I very much considered paying it, but at the same time, my husband was looking online and was reading a couple of scenarios where this had happened to somebody else, they paid it and they didn't receive their account back. So I realized very quickly, don't interact. It was devastating to see our account disappear. Not only was that 8 years of work, but it was also the history of our business. We created a new account and then I went on to my personal account and I recorded a 2-minute video, very briefly telling people what had happened. When I woke up the next morning, that video had been viewed 25,000 times and everybody shared the page. Within 24 hours, we had built up a following of over 25,000. It was like somebody came in, burnt out my business, and then the community came together and built it up the next day. It was absolutely incredible. The advice I would give to people is always think before you click, no matter how legitimate something looks. It was devastating to see our account disappear. Not only was that 8 years of work, but it was also the history of our business. I was aware that hacking was becoming more and more prominent. I didn't expect that it would happen to me. The advice I would give to people is always think before you click. No matter how legitimate something looks, make sure that you click on the sender email. I would also say make sure that you put two-step authentication on everything. Make sure to use a unique and strong password for each account. Keep them different and use a password manager where you can. As well as reporting to your social media provider or wherever the hacking incident has occurred, you should also report it to the local authorities, because the more these things are reported and the more awareness that is out there of what is happening, the more education is going to be put in place on how to prevent it.
Verificați cu atenție orice propunere de plată online. Nu accesați linkuri trimise de necunoscuți. Nu furnizați datele de pe card. Ele nu se folosesc pentru a primi bani. Raportați orice tentativă de fraudă.
I gave my device to a friend I thought I could trust. And the next day, when I opened up my laptop, romantic music started playing and a pop-up window appeared. It was offering me a cheap upgrade for a service I regularly use. On the pop-up window, there was personal information being shown. One of that was my debit card information, which was frightening to even imagine that someone had access to my debit card information. I was thinking this is something suspicious, so I was gonna close the pop-up window, but it didn't allow me to close the pop-up window. And that was the moment I knew I got hacked. After I got hacked, the steps I took were immediate. Window, there was personal information being shown. One of that was my debit card information. After I got hacked, the steps I took were immediate. I changed my password. I contacted the service providers. I did change my debit card. It is reassuring to have a new debit card which is more safe and more secure. And I also set up a new Wi-Fi system so that the default password and the name can be changed. You shouldn't share your devices with other people. I did change my debit card. It is reassuring to have a new debit card which is more safe and more secure. I would consider myself reasonably knowledgeable when it comes to technology, but after I got hacked, my takeaways are that you shouldn't share your devices with other people. Think before you click. If you get a suspicious looking message, look at the source and contact the service providers. You should always download official apps from certified application store and change your passwords regularly and change your Wi-Fi name as well.
My business has been running online for 8 years. Social media would be a huge part of our business. I got an email through from my social media provider and it was giving me an option to verify my account. So I clicked in, logged into my account. Within the next half an hour, my phone started to slow down. I noticed that apps that I would normally use weren't working. So I did turn the phone off. I turned my phone back on about 40 minutes later. There was a whole lot of emails that had just come in. When I opened it, I could see that all of my account details had been changed, my username, my password, and my phone number. We then had emails stating that our account had been taken for ransom. They were threatening to delete all of the content, to take the name if we did not respond and pay a ransom within 2 hours. That then whittled down to 1 hour. We realized we were on a countdown, and that's when we started to panic. I realized very quickly, don't interact. We'd had emails stating that our account had been taken for ransom. They were threatening to delete all of the content, to take the name if we did not respond and pay a ransom within 2 hours. The ransom they were asking for was $900. At the time, I very much considered paying it, but at the same time, my husband was looking online and was reading a couple of scenarios where this had happened to somebody else, they paid it and they didn't receive their account back. So I realized very quickly, don't interact. It was devastating to see our account disappear. Not only was that 8 years of work, but it was also the history of our business. We created the new account and then I went on to my personal account and I recorded a 2-minute video, very briefly telling people what had happened. When I woke up the next morning, that video had been viewed 25,000 times and everybody shared the page. Within 24 hours, we had built up a following of over 25,000. It was like somebody came in, burnt out my business, and then the community came together and built it up the next day. It was absolutely incredible. The advice I would give to people is always think before you click, no matter how legitimate something looks. It was devastating to see our account disappear. Not only was that 8 years of work, but it was also the history of our business. I was aware that hacking was becoming more and more prominent. I didn't expect that it would happen to me. The advice I would give to people is always think before you click. No matter how legitimate something looks, make sure that you click on the sender email. I would also say make sure that you put two-step authentication on everything. Make sure to use a unique and strong password for each account. Keep them different and use a password manager where you can. As well as reporting to your social media provider or wherever the hacking incident has occurred, you should also report it to the local authorities, because the more these things are reported and the more awareness that is out there of what is happening, the more education is going to be put in place on how to prevent it.
Verificați cu atenție orice propunere de plată online. Nu accesați linkuri trimise de necunoscuți. Nu furnizați datele de pe card. Ele nu se folosesc pentru a primi bani. Raportați orice tentativă de fraudă.
I gave my device to a friend I thought I could trust. And the next day, when I opened up my laptop, romantic music started playing and a pop-up window appeared. It was offering me a cheap upgrade for a service I regularly use. On the pop-up window, there was personal information being shown. One of that was my debit card information, which was frightening to even imagine that someone had access to my debit card information. I was thinking this is something suspicious, so I was gonna close the pop-up window, but it didn't allow me to close the pop-up window. And that was the moment I knew I got hacked. After I got hacked, the steps I took were immediate. Window, there was personal information being shown. One of that was my debit card information. After I got hacked, the steps I took were immediate. I changed my password. I contacted the service providers. I did change my debit card. It is reassuring to have a new debit card which is more safe and more secure. And I also set up a new Wi-Fi system so that the default password and the name can be changed. You shouldn't share your devices with other people. I did change my debit card. It is reassuring to have a new debit card which is more safe and more secure. I would consider myself reasonably knowledgeable when it comes to technology, but after I got hacked, my takeaways are that you shouldn't share your devices with other people. Think before you click. If you get a suspicious looking message, look at the source and contact the service providers. You should always download official apps from certified application store and change your passwords regularly and change your Wi-Fi name as well.
My business has been running online for 8 years. Social media would be a huge part of our business. I got an email through from my social media provider and it was giving me an option to verify my account. So I clicked in, logged into my account. Within the next half an hour, my phone started to slow down. I noticed that apps that I would normally use weren't working. So I did turn the phone off. I turned my phone back on about 40 minutes later. There was a whole lot of emails that had just come in. When I opened it, I could see that all of my account details had been changed, my username, my password, and my phone number. We then had emails stating that our account had been taken for ransom. They were threatening to delete all of the content, to take the name if we did not respond and pay a ransom within 2 hours. That then whittled down to 1 hour. We realized we were on a countdown, and that's when we started to panic. I realized very quickly, don't interact. We'd had emails stating that our account had been taken for ransom. They were threatening to delete all of the content, to take the name if we did not respond and pay a ransom within 2 hours. The ransom they were asking for was $900. At the time, I very much considered paying it, but at the same time, my husband was looking online and was reading a couple of scenarios where this had happened to somebody else, they paid it and they didn't receive their account back. So I realized very quickly, don't interact. It was devastating to see our account disappear. Not only was that 8 years of work, but it was also the history of our business. We created the new account and then I went on to my personal account and I recorded a 2-minute video, very briefly telling people what had happened. When I woke up the next morning, that video had been viewed 25,000 times and everybody shared the page. Within 24 hours, we had built up a following of over 25,000. It was like somebody came in, burnt out my business, and then the community came together and built it up the next day. It was absolutely incredible. The advice I would give to people is always think before you click, no matter how legitimate something looks. It was devastating to see our account disappear. Not only was that 8 years of work, but it was also the history of our business. I was aware that hacking was becoming more and more prominent. I didn't expect that it would happen to me. The advice I would give to people is always think before you click. No matter how legitimate something looks, make sure that you click on the sender email. I would also say make sure that you put two-step authentication on everything. Make sure to use a unique and strong password for each account. Keep them different and use a password manager where you can. As well as reporting to your social media provider or wherever the hacking incident has occurred, you should also report it to the local authorities, because the more these things are reported and the more awareness that is out there of what is happening, the more education is going to be put in place on how to prevent it.
Verificați cu atenție orice propunere de plată online. Nu accesați linkuri trimise de necunoscuți. Nu furnizați datele de pe card. Ele nu se folosesc pentru a primi bani. Raportați orice tentativă de fraudă.
I gave my device to a friend I thought I could trust. And the next day, when I opened up my laptop, romantic music started playing and a pop-up window appeared. It was offering me a cheap upgrade for a service I regularly use. On the pop-up window, there was personal information being shown. One of that was my debit card information, which was frightening to even imagine that someone had access to my debit card information. I was thinking this is something suspicious, so I was gonna close the pop-up window, but it didn't allow me to close the pop-up window. And that was the moment I knew I got hacked. After I got hacked, the steps I took were immediate. There was personal information being shown. One of that was my debit card information. After I got hacked, the steps I took were immediate. I changed my password. I contacted the service providers. I did change my debit card. It is reassuring to have a new debit card which is more safe and more secure. And I also set up a new Wi-Fi system so that the default password and the name can be changed. You shouldn't share your devices with other people. I did change my debit card. It is reassuring to have a new debit card which is more safe and more secure. I would consider myself reasonably knowledgeable when it comes to technology, but after I got hacked, my takeaways are that you shouldn't share your devices with other people. Think before you click. If you get a suspicious looking message, look at the source and contact the service providers. You should always download official apps from certified application store and change your passwords regularly and change your Wi-Fi name as well.
My business has been running online for 8 years. Social media would be a huge part of our business. I got an email through from my social media provider and it was giving me an option to verify my account. So I clicked in, logged into my account. Within the next half an hour, my phone started to slow down. I noticed that apps that I would normally use weren't working. So I did turn the phone off. I turned my phone back on about 40 minutes later. There was a whole lot of emails that had just come in. When I opened it, I could see that all of my account details had been changed, my username, my password, and my phone number. We then had emails stating that our account had been taken for ransom. They were threatening to delete all of the content, to take the name if we did not respond and pay a ransom within 2 hours. That then whittled down to 1 hour. We realized we were on a countdown, and that's when we started to panic. I realized very quickly, don't interact. We had emails stating that our account had been taken for ransom. They were threatening to delete all of the content, to take the name if we did not respond and pay a ransom within 2 hours. The ransom they were asking for was $900. At the time, I very much considered paying it, but at the same time, my husband was looking online and was reading a couple of scenarios where this had happened to somebody else, they paid it and they didn't receive their account back. So I realized very quickly, don't interact. It was devastating to see our account disappear. Not only was that 8 years of work, but it was also the history of our business. We created the new account and then I went on to my personal account and I recorded a 2-minute video, very briefly telling people what had happened. When I woke up the next morning, that video had been viewed 25,000 times and everybody shared the page. Within 24 hours, we had built up a following of over 25,000. It was like somebody came in, burnt out my business, and then the community came together and built it up the next day. It was absolutely incredible. The advice I would give to people is always think before you click, no matter how legitimate something looks. It was devastating to see our account disappear. Not only was that 8 years of work, but it was also the history of our business. I was aware that hacking was becoming more and more prominent. I didn't expect that it would happen to me. The advice I would give to people is always think before you click. No matter how legitimate something looks, make sure that you click on the sender email. I would also say make sure that you put two-step authentication on everything. Make sure to use a unique and strong password for each account. Keep them different and use a password manager where you can. As well as reporting to your social media provider or wherever the hacking incident has occurred, you should also report it to the local authorities, because the more these things are reported and the more awareness that is out there of what is happening, the more education is going to be put in place on how to prevent it.
Verificați cu atenție orice propunere de plată online. Nu accesați linkuri trimise de necunoscuți. Nu furnizați datele de pe card. Ele nu se folosesc pentru a primi bani. Raportați orice tentativă de fraudă.
I gave my device to a friend I thought I could trust. And the next day, when I opened up my laptop, romantic music started playing and a pop-up window appeared. It was offering me a cheap upgrade for a service I regularly use. On the pop-up window, there was personal information being shown. One of that was my debit card information, which was frightening to even imagine that someone had access to my debit card information. I was thinking this is something suspicious, so I was gonna close the pop-up window, but it didn't allow me to close the pop-up window. And that was the moment I knew I got hacked. After I got hacked, the steps I took were immediate. There was personal information being shown. One of that was my debit card information. After I got hacked, the steps I took were immediate. I changed my password. I contacted the service providers. I did change my debit card. It is reassuring to have a new debit card which is more safe and more secure. And I also set up a new Wi-Fi system so that the default password and the name can be changed. You shouldn't share your devices with other people. I did change my debit card. It is reassuring to have a new debit card which is more safe and more secure. I would consider myself reasonably knowledgeable when it comes to technology, but after I got hacked, my takeaways are that you shouldn't share your devices with other people. Think before you click. If you get a suspicious looking message, look at the source and contact the service providers. You should always download official apps from certified application store and change your passwords regularly and change your Wi-Fi name as well.
My business has been running online for 8 years. Social media would be a huge part of our business. I got an email through from my social media provider and it was giving me an option to verify my account. So I clicked in, logged into my account. Within the next half an hour, my phone started to slow down. I noticed that apps that I would normally use weren't working. So I did turn the phone off. I turned my phone back on about 40 minutes later. There was a whole lot of emails that had just come in. When I opened it, I could see that all of my account details had been changed, my username, my password, and my phone number. We then had emails stating that our account had been taken for ransom. They were threatening to delete all of the content, to take the name if we did not respond and pay a ransom within 2 hours. That then whittled down to 1 hour. We realized we were on a countdown, and that's when we started to panic. I realized very quickly, don't interact. We'd had emails stating that our account had been taken for ransom. They were threatening to delete all of the content, to take the name if we did not respond and pay a ransom within 2 hours. The ransom they were asking for was $900. At the time, I very much considered paying it, but at the same time, my husband was looking online and was reading a couple of scenarios where this had happened to somebody else, they paid it and they didn't receive their account back. So I realized very quickly, don't interact. It was devastating to see our account disappear. Not only was that 8 years of work, but it was also the history of our business. We created the new account and then I went on to my personal account and I recorded a 2-minute video, very briefly telling people what had happened. When I woke up the next morning, that video had been viewed 25,000 times and everybody shared the page. Within 24 hours, we had built up a following of over 25,000. It was like somebody came in, burnt out my business, and then the community came together and built it up the next day. It was absolutely incredible. The advice I would give to people is always think before you click, no matter how legitimate something looks. It was devastating to see our account disappear. Not only was that 8 years of work, but it was also the history of our business. I was aware that hacking was becoming more and more prominent. I didn't expect that it would happen to me. The advice I would give to people is always think before you click. No matter how legitimate something looks, make sure that you click on the sender email. I would also say make sure that you put two-step authentication on everything. Make sure to use a unique and strong password for each account. Keep them different and use a password manager where you can. As well as reporting to your social media provider or wherever the hacking incident has occurred, you should also report it to the local authorities, because the more these things are reported and the more awareness that is out there of what is happening, the more education is going to be put in place on how to prevent it.
Verificați cu atenție orice propunere de plată online. Nu accesați linkuri trimise de necunoscuți. Nu furnizați datele de pe card. Ele nu se folosesc pentru a primi bani. Raportați orice tentativă de fraudă.
2, 3, 2, 3, probă.
1, 2, 1, 2.
Thank you very much. Hello, dear guests. I want to welcome you, those who are present online, those who are present here in the meeting room, to this panel of our conference. The panel is about cybersecurity, a European and national priority. I am not one of the speakers. I am one of the hosts. I'm the Deputy Director, Interim Director of the National Cybersecurity Directorate. And before passing the mic to our moderator, to Massimo Felici, I would like to address a few words about the new directorate, the new institution that was founded about 2 weeks ago, approved by the government. We are very happy to announce our new institution, and we are very happy to announce that the new directorate it's going to be a hub for cooperation between the state institution, the private entities, the academia. What we envisage and what we want to do is to motivate and to prepare the human resources in order to be capable to assure all the resources we need in our country and also for our partners to improve the cybersecurity, the national cybersecurity, the European cybersecurity, the international cybersecurity in cooperation and collaboration with our partners and allies. The idea also of this conference was to promote and to sustain the idea of cooperation between the private and the state and the academia, concentrated on the resources. The human resources, which is the most important, needs to be motivated, needs to be prepared, needs to be sustained in order to produce good results in the cybersecurity area. With these words, I want to invite you again to participate actively in this panel. And now I will give the floor to Mr. Massimo Felici, who is the moderator of this panel. Thank you very much. Massimo, you have the floor. Hopefully you can hear me. We cannot hear you. Nu se aude? No, we cannot hear you. No, at least here in this space where we are, we cannot hear you. Yeah, online I think they can hear you, but here in the room, in our room, we cannot hear you.
Okay, so can confirm the audio now in the room?
Yes, we can. Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for the introduction, and good afternoon to everyone, and welcome to this panel on cybersecurity, European and national priority. I think we'll have this afternoon opportunity together with the panelists to discuss cybersecurity and the problems also that initiatives have been mentioned also in Romania. So I will just give a brief introduction of our panelists this afternoon. So it's, one of the panelists is Miguel de Brucker, is Managing Director of the Center of Cybersecurity Belgium. He has been instrumental in establishing the cybersecurity the Center for Cybersecurity Belgium, CCB, in Belgium, of course, and since 2015 is the managing director of CCB. So we'll have also this afternoon, like, is Roberto Baldoni, professor at the University of Rome, and since kind of August 2021, he has been appointed as the first director of the National Cybersecurity Agency in Italy by the Prime Minister. We'll have also from Poland, Robert Kozla, who is the director of the Department of Cybersecurity under the Chancellery of the Prime Minister. And before that, also I'd covered the similar roles in the Polish government, and before that also relevant kind of position in industry. And finally, we'll have also a representative from the European Commission, Leonardo De Vizio, who is a policy officer working with the DG Connect. I will give the floor to one of the first speakers. I'm following just the order that is printed on the web page, so I apologize if you're expecting a different kind of order. So I'll give the floor to Miguel de Brucker, the Managing Director of CCB in Belgium.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Can you see my presentation, please?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you very much. So let's say in a few minutes, in 10 minutes, a short introduction. So I'm the Managing Director for the Center of Cybersecurity Belgium. And if I would say what would be our priority as a Center for Cybersecurity Belgium in the domain of cybersecurity, I would say it's safeguarding trust. Why? Well, I think we are at the beginning of a wonderful story. I think that in our country, in the EU, and even globally, prosperity will get a real boost from the digital transformation. The opportunities that we have now, the way that we can communicate, that we can exchange information, that we can do things in an automated way with new technologies, and I want to use the word artificial intelligence, but anyway, those technologies will allow us to build up a prosperity that is much bigger than we had in the past. I really do believe that. It's a wonderful story, and there's a but. That means that we must be able to have trust and to trust in that digital infrastructure that is used to build that digital transformation. So as a national priority, one of the main tasks that we see is to decrease the level of vulnerability of the infrastructure that we are currently using. Now, allow me to be careful. I do not mean that we should not maintain a free and open, anonymous cyberspace. This is very important that we maintain that level where somebody can express and share information in an open and free way. This is very important. But if we want to build our society, our economy, our social life, our government working, functioning on an infrastructure that is open and free and very often anonymous, I think for a lot of applications, we will need an additional layer of security, a sort of quality of service that is based on liability. And to be honest, liability very often comes with identity and digital identity, to be honest. So let me call the current trust that we have in the internet more or less synthetic, in the sense that you receive information, you pull up information on the internet, but you're never sure where that information is coming from. When you receive a message, an email, a WhatsApp, a messenger, you're never sure that that message is really coming from that person. There's no validation in any way of the identity, or very often there is not. If you pull up information, you go and search information, you go to a website, for instance, there are not many mechanisms to validate who is the responsible publisher for that website. Is that really the website of my bank? So I think that on the other hand, from synthetic trust, we now have zero trust network access. We trust no one except those that we identify. This is a mechanism that could work, but it's going away a little bit from the open and free internet, and it's hard to implement, to be honest. Zero trust is not an easy one. So I think that in the middle somewhere is something like digital identity-based trust. Let me come back to that vulnerabilities. Well, you have human vulnerabilities and you have technical ones. Human vulnerabilities it's part of our human being, and we can build up awareness programs, but we will not be able to change the human being as he is. We can make sure that people are aware and they are vigilant, but the let's say the human being in itself will always be a little bit unaware, ignorant, have some greed, and yes, I won. Oh, thank you, that's good news. Or be afraid, and we will not be able to change that. On the other hand, we have so many cybersecurity technologies that technical responsible people for IT environments currently have a very hard job to protect those environments. So technically, to be honest, we are quite vulnerable, and the human being is also quite vulnerable for the moment. So what are we trying to do? Well, for instance, one of the ideas is if we want to maintain trust in the environment, we must warn people in a better way. So for instance, we have created a BFISH project, that is a mail address, suspicious@safeonweb.be. And we called up the population and say, if you see something suspicious, and for 4 years we're doing that, forward the mail to us. So currently we are receiving more than 13,000 emails per day. That means that currently, well, these are the figures for the month of August, we identify over 6,000 suspicious phishing links a day, and we have a database of over 2,000 malicious domains. We forward that information to our Belgian anti-phishing shield with some, and to be honest, the major internet service providers in our country. And if we are as good as 100% sure that the domain is only there for malicious intent, they will redirect any pages that are called up. They do a DNS redirect to a warning page that is, let's say, something like Google Safe Browsing. It's more or less the same layout, the same look and feel, warning the population. And currently we are displaying that page over 50,000 times a day, using the information that is coming from those emails. So this is a way that we want to try to warn people to make sure that the human vulnerability goes down. Another example, we have a database of over 70,000 vulnerable systems, unique IP addresses in our country. We are not able for the moment to warn the owners of those systems that their systems are vulnerable. So we have developed a program that we call spear warning. So we have spear phishing. We have turned that around and we say, let's inform those infected and vulnerable system owners of the fact that there is a cyber threat to their environment. And for instance, if in March, the exchange servers became vulnerable, well, Belgium was at the beginning not doing such a great job. This is the percentage of vulnerable exchange servers for different regions. So you have the dotted line that is Belgium. And then let's say half March or the beginning of March, around 10 March, we started our spear warning campaign, trying to identify the owners, warning them. And you see that a few weeks later, we were doing better than the average, for instance, in the EU. Another example is if we want to make sure that we don't end up within a few years with, to be honest, billions of vulnerable IoT devices on the internet, we will also have to take measures to prevent vulnerable systems to remain on the internet. And I give an example. One of the ideas and one of the papers that we are launching now or trying to launch on a more European level is the idea, why shouldn't we oblige IoT vendors to foresee by default an automated patching system? Otherwise, we will end up with a lot of devices. A household will probably have a dozen of devices that are connected to the internet. We all know our smart TV. We all have a smart TV, but in the future, we will have a dozen of internet-connected devices in our houses. And if those systems have a vulnerability and there's no automated patching, we will end up with billions of vulnerable systems on the internet that could be used by hackers to attack us and to, let's say, disrupt the trust in the digital environment. Of course, there are a lot of question marks about this, but this is something at least that we should consider. These are the ideas. So my idea is that we are at the beginning of a wonderful story, to be honest, but it's based on trust. So I think it should be our priority on national level, on EU level, to achieve management of the vulnerability of our digital environment. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the presentation. What I would suggest, I will let also the other speakers to give the presentation, then we start the debate and discussion. So, and it's, I'm sure that there will be different questions for everyone. So I will give the floor now to Roberto Baldoni.
So thank you for the introduction. I am now sharing the, I hope that you are able to see the presentation now.
Yes, we can see that.
Okay, good. So actually the aim of the presentation today is just to show you a process that started in Italy a few months ago that is actually running quite fast. And actually is the creation of the National Cybersecurity Agency. So as you probably know, in the last 4 years, the cyber resilience area was covered mainly by the DIS department, which is actually a part of the intelligence system in Italy. And then I started the discussion if that could be the right place to manage the resiliency of our digital infrastructure. So after a few months, we come up with a decree law that actually established this new cybersecurity agency, putting the agency in the open world. So this is following several I would say very clear argument. One is that an agency of this kind has to mainly create competencies, skills, and also spread the awareness on the territory. And this is very hard if you are inside an Intel department, which actually does the contrary, keeping the information inside the space. So actually, in August 5th, the Parliament approved the agency, and starting from that point, we are setting up a process that is running very fast. So September 1st, we were opening the new site where we are now sitting and where I am talking to you from this place, and this is something that ran again very fast. So we moved with 60 people, and from there now we run many of the competencies that were before in charge of the DIS. So from this perspective, the basic idea of the agency was trying to rationalize, harmonize the competencies and having a firm leadership inside the cyber resilience domain. We had a very weird process in Italy, because usually here we have that people try to take competencies on a specific field, and so the competencies usually is distributed through several actors. So what we did in the law was actually to converge all the competencies in a specific actor, and this of course is good for on one end for the let's say the development of the policy at the cyber level that we will go to implement in Italy. And on the other end, we have a system of check and balances that is very strong and on the end of the Parliament itself. So the basic idea was to, let's say, structuring the cybersecurity in Italy in 4 pillars. So we have the cyber intelligence, which is on the end of the IS, IC, and ICE, that are the 3 agencies that are devoted to the intel world. Then the cyber defense, which is on the military defense, and the cyber investigation, which is in charge of the National Police, Carabinieri, and Financial Guard. So the cyber resilience before this decree law was actually full of actors. If you, just to give you an idea, so in the NIS directive, in the sector of health and water, we had actually 23 authorities each, which means 46 authorities, which was a big nightmare for the DIS at that time, had to coordinate all such entities. So actually, everything has been put inside a single entity. So the cyber resilience now has a main actor, and this main actor work at the, let's say, policy level, at the organizational level, at the tactical level. I think that this will speed up many processes and many policies to be implemented through the country. Of course, the cyber resilience part is also in charge of contact with EU, with OSCE, and with the United Nations. So just to show you, let's say, a picture or an institutional framework. So the Prime Minister is actually the one that defined the cybersecurity strategy and policy for Italy. Then we have the ACN, which is actually the implementation end of the Prime Minister. And we do that in coordination with an interministerial committee for cybersecurity. And you can see many of the major ministries are inside this committee. So if I have to select a few key roles that the Italian national cybersecurity will have, here you have a first glance. So is National Cybersecurity Certification Authority, is the National Competent Authority and POC for the EU NIS Directive. It will be the Competent Authority for Telco Security, and it will give the oversight of the National Cybersecurity Perimeter Law. This is a specific law that we recently established in Italy for improving the level of cybersecurity inside those assets, those digital assets that can be of interest for the national security. Then we have the technological screening of ICT products and services, which will be inside the National Cyber Security Center for Evaluation and Certification, and then the CCERT, and the Cyber Crisis Management at national level. So when you think to the network cyclone, for example, the NCS is the Italian counterpart and the Italian member of that specific European network, and that actually coordinates all the activity to mitigate cybersecurity incident of a certain, let's say, magnitude in Italy. And then we have that the cybersecurity agency in Italy will be the National Coordination Center, serving as a contact point for the European Cybersecurity Competence Center. So we are getting these competencies in a progressive way. So right now, the national agency is the CCERT. It runs the National Cybersecurity Cyber Crisis Management. Then we have the National Competent Authority for the EU NIS Directive, and we have the oversight of the National Security Perimeter Law. With respect to the other key role, we expect to be in charge of this task in the next few months. So if we go a little bit more in detail, actually we are moving on 3 different directions. One is the national security on cyber issue. This is why we are the, let's say, the rule maker of the national perimeter law for national security. Then we have the, we work on the resilience part, as we said before, with all the other Italian counterpart and also the European part. And then we have the strategic autonomy, where we will develop projects that has strategic autonomy as a target for the nation and in cooperation with other countries for the strategic autonomy in Europe. So this is the plan that we have for growing in the next years. This is as you can read from the decree law that has been approved in August. So we have now a startup team of 60 personnel units. Then the operational phase of the agency will start January 1st of 22, and then in 2 months, in 2 years, we should reach at the end of 2023 the 300 units of personnel, and then for the phase 3 we have budget to get to 800 units by the end of 2027. This is actually the plan that we are following here. Of course, as you can imagine, we are just born 1 month ago, so the number of task that we have to run both for organizing our institution and fulfilling the task that we have already in our organization, like the CCERT and all the other mechanism that we implement is very tough. So we are now working. We hope that we will reach a good, reasonable level of operation ability by the end of the year. And of course, in the meantime, we ensure all the connection with the EU in all the board that we participate, and we hope that in the future we can boost all the bilateral and multilateral meetings and plan that we can to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think it's so yes, this is the final phases. So we'll move to the next speaker. So Robert Kozla, so Director of the Department of Cybersecurity in Poland.
Thank you very much, Massimo. Of course, I will not overload you with the slides. I prefer more interactive type of more conversation type. So, of course, talking about cybersecurity and referring to the subject of our discussion today, cybersecurity, a European national priority, I think, and this is my first statement, we are living in very interesting times. So this is a very interesting time, both for European and also national level. Of course, looking at how interesting is the time, we can refer directly to initiatives at the European level covering new regulations or amendment of existing regulations and also amendment to existing directives. And I think what we should recognize as one of the priorities and the trend is about stronger harmonization between isolated and, I may say, typical, maybe the silo approach that we observed in the past with different regulations covering almost the same aspect of cybersecurity or information protection, covered in general data protection, covered in, of course, in telecommunication regulations, what we've seen in the past also in PSD2, NIS, and other regulations and directives. And at the end of the day, we ask ourselves the question at the national level, okay, how to really execute it in an effective way, avoiding the silos or bypassing the situation where we see different reporting lines, very difficult to create a common situational picture of what's going on in our systems at the national level. So I think, and we like the approach that member states and also Commission and also ENISA supported for some harmonization, consolidation of the requirements. At least what we see, there will be the first movement about more consolidated, more harmonized reporting lines under all existing directives and regulations like NIS2, EIDAS or critical entities, of course, combining for the first time critical infrastructure protection with cybersecurity. And I may say finally, because we suffer this isolation, this separation also at the national level. And where in the past, of course, the national regulations on critical infrastructure was focused more on physical infrastructure rather than digital infrastructure. So right now, of course, combining this at the European level, I believe that will also have impact at the national level. Of course, we still have some silos still remaining, like DORA covering financial sector. So there will be a challenge at the national level how to implement DORA regulation and still be in harmonized way with NIS. So that would be a lex specialis, of course, covering financial sector. On the other hand, of course, referring to cloud computing security and also reporting the incident in financial sector. But at least at the national level, we already are in agreement with financial sector regulator to still keep the reporting lines, to still keep the management harmonized. Talking about our best practices, because my colleagues from Belgium, from Italy, you already shared your experiences. Actually, yes, there is, as I said, very interesting time also at the national level, because we implemented the NIS directive in 2018. So not so long time ago, but still more than 2 years of experiences. Of course, first with identification of operator of essential services. Right now we have 170 of them in all 6 sectors. But what we observed, what we found out, and what we reported, what we proposed for the NIS2 consideration is actually we missed telecommunication sector in our national regulation. So of course, how to incorporate this very important sector, very important for essential services, in many cases dependent on availability of telecommunication services, not only dependent on availability of power supply systems. So that's why we proposed, and what we are doing right now, and maybe that may be interesting for you, that's a challenge because we implement European Electronic Communication Code together with the amendment to the national cybersecurity system that implemented NIS directive. So we try to combine and harmonize Article 40, Article 41 from European Electronic Communication Code under umbrella of the national cybersecurity system. So as the result of this effort, we will create dedicated sectoral CSIRTs that will cooperate with national level CSIRTs, and we have 3 of them. One covering government administration, another one covering military sphere, and the third one covering the rest. So including, of course, local and regional governments, where we see that's the biggest problem with growing number of cyber attacks. And I think Miguel covered this, and also Roberto also referred to the growing number of attacks, especially detected against local and regional administration. What we observed as well, successful attack against hospitals. That's what was the most painful during pandemia, when every hospital, where every hospital bed counted and every doctor counted, and we could not afford to operate effectively when the hospital and all workstations been encrypted. And we had such a situation in Poland. One of the regional hospital was successfully attacked. That was ransomware attack. For 500 workstations supporting back office and supporting also medical devices like computer tomography, been fully encrypted. So, you know, in this case, of course, we could approach it in 2 ways. Traditional one, so starting to collect the artifacts of the attacks, trying to analyze the malware that was used to encrypt our workstations, or we could select another approach to start to recover the environment. So, of course, in case of the hospital, the second approach was selected because we wanted to recover those 500 solutions as soon as possible. In this situation, and I'm referring to this practical situation because we work with industry. In this situation, we ask industry to provide us support. So one of the service provider, global service provider, cloud service provider, offered to provide cloud-based services, cloud-based infrastructure to develop images of the workstations and to host them, and then to speed up the process of delivery and recovery of workstations on site, and also to help to protect the boundary and protect the traffic incoming into the hospital. So that was one of the examples. So talking about the interesting times, this type of experiences we have. I covered the legal components. So harmonized approach to regulations. What's more, of course, with the harmonized approach to regulation, the challenge at the European level and also the national level is organizations. Because at the end of the day, the goals that have been presented also by Miguel and Roberto is how to increase efficiency of our national structures. And I like Roberto's point on cyber resilience, because that cyber resilience and resiliency, increased resiliency, that's one of the strategic goals introduced into national cybersecurity strategy in Poland in 2019. So there are 2 main goals. First, to increase cyber resiliency. Second, to increase the level of information protection across government systems, private systems, military systems. So the strategy covers all those 3 areas. Of course, it's easy to say, it's difficult to do. So how to increase cyber resiliency? Of course, first, to implement the new, modern, and more resilient processing methods. So that's why we are looking at the new methods like cloud computing, hybrid models for cloud computing, based on the government cloud, but also very strong working with the public cloud. That's how we introduce the national regulations on the cloud first, public cloud first policy. So we are right now, last year we just implemented the marketplace for all public administration entities to be capable to acquire secure, validated and trusted cloud services from infrastructure as a service through platform as a service to software as a service. So this is one topic. Another topic is of course related to technology. Replacing the legacy isolated environments, legacy endpoint protections, and also supplementing the old style of policies, how to process professional data and enterprise data only on enterprise-owned devices, because due to pandemic, of course, we in many situations we've been more effective allowing to use bring your own device, but of course implementing the secure management of those devices. So combining legal components, organizations, so the new structures like sectoral CSIRTs, and where we put our focus at the national level, and in the amendment to the law on national cybersecurity system, you will find dedicated paragraph about security operations centers. So we want to elevate the role of security operations centers as a component, as an integral part of operators of essential services, and also as a service providers to other entities. And at the national level, we defined and we allocated security operations centers. We also allocated information sharing and analysis centers, so SOCs and ISACs, in parallel to the sectoral CSIRT. So this is the new structure that is covered already in the draft of the amendment to the law. Just yesterday, the minister has sent this new draft into the Committee on National Security and Defense under the legislative process. So finally, and I think because we have a strategy, we know the goals, we know the steps that needs to be done, but the most important component at the national and European level is financing, because somebody has to pay for that, and we need to actually find the finances to achieve those goals. So at the national level, we started to define, at the beginning of last year, we started to define the next financial perspective, how next financial perspective, starting with this year and covering next 7 years, can support development and can support cyber resiliency development. So we plan a new dedicated component of the next financial perspective covered under the funds for European digital development in Poland. And in parallel, at the discussion, as a result of discussion at the European level, as you remember, member states agreed to fund to develop the recovery and resilience funds. So that was actually two buckets for the investment in cybersecurity. And at the end of the year, we also find out that there will be a third instrument that will be umbrella instrument between previous financial perspective and the new financial perspective, called REACT-EU. And at the national level, we use and we program those three elements. With REACT-EU, we start with basics. So it's right now, we just initiate the first projects, targeting local and regional governments with RegioSOCs, Regional Security Operations Center. The concept that we share with European Commission and European Commission colleagues has asked us to present this concept to other member states also as a good best reference for how to spend the recovery and resilience funds. The second project was related with nationwide system called S46. This is secure system for operators of essential services and entities of national cybersecurity system to report the incidents, but also to get access to analytic platform to receive information about vulnerabilities and workarounds and recommendations, technical recommendations, including cyber threat intelligence. So instead of pushing all operators of essential services to acquire cyber threat intelligence individually, we consolidate this information and all national level CSIRTs can produce the intelligence that can be distributed. And the third project is related with, and this is quite interesting concept, because as a result of analysis from the ransomware attacks against local and regional government structures and also hospital that I referred to, we wanted to establish something like the first responders, cyber first responder structure at the regional level. So we defined a project called Cyber First Responder, Recovery of Data and Incident Handling. So that's a basic of capabilities with the basic tools that will be delivered by the Polish Navy Academy, as they are quite advanced in cybersecurity development. So they will train local and regional, some experts, a few people in each region. There will be a first responder. So all local and regional governments, they will know with whom to contact as a first responder, like you call emergency. Then, of course, the rescuer, the first responder, will tell you, okay, do this, 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 and that. Don't do that. Wait for the specialized team. So that will be three major projects, and other projects will be implemented under Resilience and Recovery Fund, development of the sectoral CSIRTs, and the last components that I referred to, so the funds for European digital development, the biggest part of amount, the biggest amount of money, that will be 300 million euros. 200 million euros will be allocated in development of our testing, evaluation, certification capabilities, so new laboratories under the national scheme. Also dedicated to R&D, but not only R&D. It will be focused on implementation of innovative technology to increase resiliency. Some of the best examples we developed within the previous infrastructure. And of course, our collaboration within the European Cybersecurity Center of Competence. So with all the regional ideas that we can create together, like we've discussed with Romania, we also had good conversations with Italy, what should be the best projects that we can use by many countries and increase our cyber resiliency. So from my perspective, I believe, coming back to my first statement, interesting times, great challenges, and I think we can share between each other a lot of best practices, just not to spend the time to reinvent the wheel, because we do not have a time for such experiments. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. Many interesting points that I will keep in mind for questions. So the last speaker of the panel is Leonardo De Vizio, of the European Commission with the DG Connect. Please, the floor is yours.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for the floor, and thanks for having me in this, I would say, impressive panel of very high-level speakers. It's also nice to see again Julian, with which I share some memories during the Romanian presidency. Yes, I think there were a lot of elements that were raised by other speakers and distinguished directors. What I will try to do maybe here is to provide a more European perspective on all of these, and to, let's say, highlight how the different pieces that have been mentioned fit with the direction of travel that we try to set with the European strategy that was adopted last year, and at the same time how perhaps the European level can bring an added value and helping out national authorities in carrying out their daily job. I would say that cybersecurity is a European priority, and it has been a European priority now for a while. In 2017, we decided to revise, let's say, the basic cybersecurity strategy of the EU, and already 3 years later, in 2020, it was necessary to come up with an updated document, highlighting the increased level of political ambition, which is showed, I think, by frequent mentioning of cybersecurity into the State of the Union speech by speeches by President Juncker before and von der Leyen now. I think this shows that political attention, it is there. When looking at the state of cybersecurity across the Union, I think a lot indeed of the elements that were mentioned there were also at the basis of our analysis. So first of all, there is an important technological transformation which has been accelerated by the pandemic. And this was, for example, mentioned by Miguel with the indeed increasing use of IoT devices, which we think can lead to an exponential increase in the cybersecurity risk. At the same time, it's also true that cybersecurity carries an important geopolitical aspect and element, and also the notion of strategic autonomy and European strategic autonomy can, in a way, play a role into how we, let's say, geopolitically address cybersecurity threats. Finally, I think overall we've seen an increase both in the amount, but also in the intensity, let's say, of the threats. I think this is pictured quite well by what happened after the strategy was issued, with the high-profile supply chain attacks, as well as an increase in ransomware attacks. That indeed highlighted that the problem will continue and that we need to face this challenge. Just to give you, for example, some data on ransomware, the cost of ransomware of cybercrime related to ransomware this year is expected to raise to 20 billion. And this is an astonishing increase if you compare it to the, to the 20 trillion, and is astonishing compared to 4.5 trillion in 2015. I think indeed cybersecurity is both a regulatory, a technological, and a cooperation challenge from the EU level. When it comes to the legislative side, I think the NIS2 directive was already mentioned as the main instrument that was issued in order to better protect and to extend, if you want, the basic cybersecurity requirements to an increased number of sectors, including public administration. Of course, this does it for the critical infrastructure side, but we have the software vendor side and definitely the developers part that is not captured by NIS2, and this is why I think also the issues of IoT could be tackled under the recently announced Cyber Resilience Act. This will basically be an act that is in line with the 2020 strategy, and in particular tries to address the issue of horizontal requirements for cybersecurity products and services. At the same time, like I said, this is a technological challenge, and from this point of view, I think in Bucharest you are best placed to assess what are the efforts that we're trying to put in place with the establishment of the EU Cybersecurity Competence Center. And the center, in any case, is backed by an increase in funding, a substantial increase in funding. In the strategy, we set the target of 4.5 billion in funding in cybersecurity between now and 2027. And we can say that between the DEP funding, Digital Europe Program funding, that the center will allocate, and the Recovery and Resilience Facility funding, that, for example, was mentioned by Robert, we will meet this target, and the investments will go in the direction of better protection, better detection, and response of attacks. And the last pillar, of course, like I mentioned before, it is about cooperation. And it is about better detection and better coordination of response to incidents, especially in cases in which these incidents affect more than one member state. In order to do that, we followed up to the strategy with a recommendation on establishing a joint cyber unit. And I would say that the recommendation itself doesn't really invent new things. It's simply a vehicle to do the things that we do now, probably in a more efficient and effective way. So we already have we already have networks for exchanging information and cooperating both at technical and crisis managers level, at least in the civilian community. And these are respectively the CISR network and the so-called Cyclone network. The Joint Cyber Unit recommendation, let's say, brings possible solutions on how can this cooperation go forward. In a way, how can we better assist each other in case there is a large-scale attack? Of course, in line already with the mandate of the EU Cybersecurity Agency, ENISA. How can we better share information within already the civilian community and have a better, let's say, picture of the situation, as well as deploy joint activities. This is, let's say, on one side what the Joint Cyber Unit aims to do, and to do it, for example, through a physical platform, a physical space that would be set up in the premises, in the adjacent premises of the ENISA and of the CERT of EU institutions, which is CERT-EU. On how this, let's say, space can function in practice, I think we can take the example of other communities, or what other communities are doing. For example, what Europol is doing with the task force related to law enforcement cybersecurity experts that are able to share a space at Europol premises and to investigate jointly on those indeed crimes that are of common interest. I think this has bear fruit, and we can see it, for example, in the beginning of this year with the takedown of the Emotet malware, but also more recently, for example, with the arrest of 2 cyber criminals in Ukraine, which was indeed coordinated under this sort of platform. So this is indeed an idea for possible better cooperation within the civilian community. At the same time, a cybersecurity attack, especially a very impactful one, has a multi-phased impact. Let's take, for example, the Microsoft Exchange data breach, which has resulted in an estimated 30,000 organizations in the United States, 7,000 servers in UK impacted, more organizations impacted in Europe, including, unfortunately, the European Banking Authority. So when you look at this type of attacks, I think it's pretty evident that, of course, there is a civilian impact, and this is why civilian organizations should be involved. But these attacks are, on one side, in many cases, motivated by geopolitical reasons and involve nation-state actors. So this is why there should be a strong link with the diplomatic community on how to assess the threat and respond to it from a diplomatic point of view. And then, of course, these attacks are, let's say, episodes of cybercrime. So we have the cybersecurity, the cyber law enforcement community that is in the first line of contrast against this type of activities. And therefore, when we have, again, in the future, such type of attacks, such horizontal type of coordination, so beyond the civilian, taking into account also other communities, can help us to coordinate the way in which we respond diplomatically from a civilian and from a law enforcement point of view, and in a way just be more prepared against the next cybersecurity crisis. Just to close, I think also the involvement of private sector is key. And I think this also was said, for example, by Robert. We have difficulties in filling cybersecurity jobs in the world. There is an estimated shortage of 291,000 jobs in cybersecurity. And I think without the help of private sector, it would be very hard to respond to large-scale and very impactful attacks, given indeed the scarcity of resources that public administrations have to face. So thanks a lot for the attention, and I look forward to answering to possible questions. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. So I will leave the floor to questions if there are in particular initially from the room. So if the local coordinator like is can ask if there are questions from the audience.
Dacă sunt întrebări, vă rog. Puteți veni aici la microfon.
So thank you very much. My name is Luke Hellebogen from Vector Synergy from Poland. Thanks for the presentations. My question is about the next. We talk a lot about cyber defense, but let's look about cyber active defense or even offense. So my question is, in which way today the speakers can tell about what is possible or what should be possible to go, especially cross-border, try to neutralize also the source of cyber attacks, and even extra, sometimes you need for a physical interaction cross-border. So where is the legislation and the sovereignty today, or what should we be able to, your view, to, let's say, cut the source of the from the adversary? Thank you.
Okay, wants to take these first questions? It's open to everyone. Like so, I guess the people from the national member states should have a go to this.
If you want,
Yep, please.
First of all, hello to Luc. Nice to see you again. Excellent question. And to be honest, a very hard one. It goes in two directions. To be honest, I think we need offensive capabilities for military operations. Our military will be in the future confronted with offensive cyber capabilities of their counterparts. So they must be able to respond. A second element is if you're talking about intelligence, I think it's clear that the digital domain is one of the domains for collecting information. So we all have legal frameworks for intelligence collection analysis. I think it's normal that intelligence services also use those digital capabilities, offensive capabilities to collect information. That's more than normal. And I think, yes, we should be able to make sure that also in these domains, our military and our intelligence service are at a proper level. On the other hand, there are some issues with that. For instance, first of all, if you talk about offensive capabilities and you talk about being able to intrude into systems of a counterpart, very often we see that there is a need to use 0 days vulnerabilities. And then it's an open question. It's not a rhetorical question. I don't have the answer to the question, should military, should intelligence agencies be allowed to maintain 0 days vulnerabilities? So without the company that makes the product being aware, without the fact that the company is able to develop patches, and of course with the risk that this vulnerability will lead to, let's say, a main disruption on national and international and global level, while the vulnerability could have been patched before. That's a big question. To be honest, I don't know. And if they do, under what conditions? And who will keep control of that? And if a vulnerability then is used against our economy, do we validate if that is the case, if the vulnerability was already known? Just a question. Another element is that I'm not sure that the idea of, let's say, the fact that the counterparts in, I call them cyber cartels, cyber crime. I'm not talking about APTs. I'm not talking about government agencies or sponsored entities. I'm talking about the ransomware gangs, the cyber cartels. I am not sure that they will be impressed with the fact that we say, well, if you attack our critical infrastructure, we will attack you. Because, for instance, one of the last attacks on our country, the 5 main systems that were used, 3 of those systems were universities, Western universities, by the way, and the other 2 were large Western companies. So who will you attack? And what infrastructure will you shoot on? And are you sure that those cartels will be impressed with the fact that you might retaliate? So yes, for military purposes, yes, for intelligence services, big question mark, how far do you go and how do you control that? And are you sure that this is the good way to do it against cybercrime, for instance?
Thank you. I don't know whether we want to add anything else from Roberto or Robert to this question. Yeah. Robert,
yes,
please.
Yes, thank you very much. Luke, thank you very much for this question, because I think it's no longer the case. Do we need to develop cyber offensive capabilities? Because it was a discussion about 10 years ago when NATO first, of course, during the Prague summit, we defined the concept of cyber defense, because nobody wanted to be too offensive to talk about NATO cyber defense, as NATO is the defense alliance, not offensive alliance. So that was the core. But as the life was very rich with the Russian operations, then Chinese operation, and we can just name them because even quite recently Poland was initiated together with Germany the common statement by European member states about Russian managed operation against politicians, against journalists, against VIPs. So in this case, of course, as you see, many countries right now develop cyber offense capabilities. What's more, in our national national strategy, not national cybersecurity, national strategy, last year signed by President, there is a chapter regarding cybersecurity, and there is dedicated bullet about developing cyber offense capabilities. So our own cyber command forces will be operationally initiated from the beginning of next year. So this is quite important. Of course, the way how we should engage in the offensive operations, that should be, of course, the question of the further studies and analysis. Because first, as you remember, there was a subject of deep research by CCDCOE, Cyber Defense Center of Excellence in Tallinn, where they produced Tallinn Manual 1, Tallinn Manual 2 about cyber operations and the nature, the legal aspects. So that should be still continued. But on the other side, we see some practical ways. So deterrence, so cyber deterrence, where US Cyber Command was actually responding and responding to some operations initiated by Iran against critical infrastructure in US. We see some direct response by Israel against Palestinian terrorist groups. So, and it was actually a kinetic response. So we see the mixture of different responses. And just referring to Miguel has mentioned about 0 days, and do we need to control it, and can we control it? I believe we cannot, and this is what we've seen in the past. Again, example of Snowden revelations about NSA and their development of 0 days. And finally, what we found out, the proliferation of 0 days. So they started to be used by criminal groups against the countries that initially developed them. WannaCry was the best example of such an attack. So of course, discussion, and still coming back to military question, the fifth domain. Fifth domain decided and confirmed during the NATO summit in Warsaw in 2016. And still, since then, members in the NATO nations, we still develop our cyber defense capabilities, but among them, of course, we are developing and we are building our offensive or active capabilities to be ready, not to wait on attack, but also to be ready as soon as there will be, of course, this type of massive operation. We should be able to respond to that. Thank you.
Roberta,
may I ask a question also?
Yeah. Yep, I think it's, yes, please go ahead with the next question.
Okay. Regarding the offensive tools that you were asking about, I have a question too. And Robert and the other speakers were talking about, okay, be prepared if a massive attack will come. It's true, but massive attacks are already on the move, and they're already happening because the APT that aims one country or more, and usually they aim more member states, it's a massive attack because they exfiltrate a lot of information, because they breach a lot of networks. And it's true, it's not hurt, it's not noisy, it's not blood on the walls, but it's there and it's exfiltrating a lot of data. Now I want to ask you a question. How can we react to this, offensively speaking?
I have no clue. I mean, what I like is indeed, if NATO declares the fifth command, yes, the cyber command, it means you can defend yourself, but also you can attack someone else. So my point was trying to understand if there is, can we send back a kind of local virus to eliminate without a physical interaction, especially cross-border. In fact, we have COVID. We kill it partly thanks to being vaccinated. Does a cyber vaccination maybe exist? Or an active cyber vaccination? So I'm here just to open up some debate. Thanks.
Just to put questions. Okay. Thank you.
Now, Roberto Baldani, do you want to add anything else to this point, or there are other questions coming from the chat? I will try to generalize otherwise.
Hello, here I'm speaking instead of Mr. Baldoni. As we anticipated to the organizer, Mr. Baldoni has to leave for another meeting, so he won't be able to answer.
Okay, no problem. Okay, so I'll generalize one of the questions that is coming also from the chat, from our audience online. And it's regarding like also emphasizing differences across member states. To certain extent is related also to some of these points. We have seen like that all member states to a certain extent are suffering similar kind of cyber threats or cyber challenges. The question is, we have here also the Commission talking about further cooperation. I want to push a bit further like the bar. What is the view on building shared capabilities and also sharing experiences? For example, experiences of from dealing with cyber attacks like the ransomware, or eventually cyber capabilities that are developed and may be shared across member states. So in reality, as we know that everyone is facing the same problem, which is protect more with the constrained resources. So what is the vision of in particular of the cybersecurity centers across Europe of sharing capabilities and while building them, and experiences as well? What are the right mechanisms there?
Yeah, maybe I can take it, I don't know, from the beginning.
Okay.
I think indeed when it comes to indeed type of capabilities that could be shared, I think one of the priorities that we identified is indeed what also Robert mentioned before, security operation centers. So the possibility to have powerful detection tools, AI-powered tools that may serve for detection into a specific sector, but may also have a regional type of structure encompassing more than one member state. And this could allow, for example, indeed the member states to have a better understanding of what is the situation on the ground and to detect attacks further, faster, and to share information between them. I mean, what I mentioned about the joint cyber unit, for example, before, this highlights the need, for example, to have secure, even more secure information sharing channels, and the type of threat intelligence that you may get from SOCs may go in that direction. Maybe indeed another example also that I can bring to your attention is what was recently proposed with the digital policy program. This is a decision that was issued, was proposed indeed by the Commission in September this year, and it's the possibility to basically set up consortia that may allow, for example, for I don't know, in the area of cybersecurity for some joint testing of products from a cybersecurity point of view. And this type of testing capabilities can help, for example, the implementation of the Cybersecurity Act, and can allow different member states to work together on ensuring a high level of security, especially for the most, let's say, strategic, I would say, and sensitive type of products.
Okay, thank you. Another point, maybe Miguel or Robert, that you may want to add? Or
Yes, I would like to add, because the question was about how to build and how to use our shared capabilities. I think, again, the life and examples from recent attacks, especially ransomware attacks, as mentioned by you, against healthcare system, Ireland, in other countries as well, we observed, and we shared our capabilities immediately. So as soon as, and I may say, we have a very good community right now, and I can even call it as an ecosystem of experts at different organizations. But of course, the good umbrella for that is NIS cooperation group. So where we know each other, where we understand, we know with whom to contact to. So as soon as when we receive information about attacks, ransomware attacks against a national system, healthcare system in Ireland, we immediately contacted our colleagues from NIS cooperation group from Ireland, and we proposed them, okay, let's split analysis, let's check what's the dark side is collecting and exchanging, which group is behind, what kind of malware could be used, and what is the recovery mode for this type of data. So and I think that was something that was not regulated, but it's based on trust, as it was mentioned at the beginning of our session. Trust, and we know each other. So when we see anything happening, like quite recently we shared a few, we provided deep dive information, including proposal for decryption tools and recovery methods with our DHS CISA colleagues from US. By the way, today and tomorrow there is an event, there are online events by 30 countries discussing how can we actually effectively collaborate in case of major ransomware attacks. And talking about shared capabilities, some initiatives are covered already in the draft of NIS2, so common vulnerabilities, so the database about vulnerabilities. I see Leonardo has mentioned about common testing. This is the idea that we also discuss, especially for so complex architectures like 5G, where we see not only IoT components, we see also cloud components and most of the virtualized and software-based. So, plus common capabilities are built within such events like this one hosted by our Romanian colleagues. Yesterday we had Blue OLEX exercises, so where we developed our capabilities, operational capabilities, referring also to our skills and our resources. Thank you.
Thank you. And Miguel, do you have anything else to add to this point?
Thank you. I think the most important elements have been said. So we have the CSERT network, we have Cyclone, as has been mentioned. There are quite some very, very interesting tools and systems and procedures that are being set up for good collaboration. I think that we also need a very good collaboration and integration with the private sector, to be honest. I think that public-private partnerships and collaboration are a key point. For government agencies, it will be challenging to be able to handle all kinds of incidents in all kinds of new technologies. Very often we have to fall back on maybe non-EU companies to handle the incidents. I think it's important that we are able to choose trustworthy private partners to handle the incidents even on the highest level, to be honest. It's not something that we should do alone. We are all using commercial technologies, and to be honest, to have all that knowledge, all that capabilities horizontally and vertically for government agencies is challenging. So trying to put it together on the European level is very important. I think another key element could be the public-private partnerships, the integration of the private sector in that domain, so that those national entities where you have the good collaboration mechanisms that are above are supported internationally by a large commercial partner, for instance.
Thank you. We have just a few minutes left, like 8 minutes before we reach the end of this panel. I would like to conclude the panel, giving like the opportunity to all the speakers to have like one final points, but I'll give you also one kind of topics where you can talk. And this is also inspired by one of the questions in the chat. So taking also into account that October is the cybersecurity month promoted by the Commission, I would like to ask to all the speakers to have a final statement, say what can we do to support cyber awareness. Okay, among us, we understand each other because we are talking about, we are inside in a group of experts, but what can you do or what can you suggest to increase cybersecurity awareness across Europe? Thank you, and take this also an opportunity for your final statement.
If I may take this.
Yes, yes,
even if I'm not a part of the panel, just a host.
Of course.
I think that awareness and education in cyber should be a European project, and started from maybe the Commission or maybe from one of the member states. But I think we all face this problem in our countries, and we all feel the need that for the people to give more education and more awareness. Because most of the victims, most of the people fell victim because they don't know, the basics of cybersecurity. I'm not talking here about, I don't know, investigations or research. I'm talking about simple things, not to click on a link, or not to open an email, or not to open an attachment as long as you're not sure where it's coming from. That's a simple example. But I think that awareness and education should be an European priority and project where all member states should work together in developing a program, an awareness program, an educational program for all the EU citizens. This would be a very good method to raise the level of cybersecurity in order to counterattack the cyber attacks that are aiming to the people. I think that's one of the most important things and most important measures that we should do at the European level, not only at national, but European, together working on that. And another thing, what we want to do in our cyber directorate, the new cyber directorate, is to have a specific pillar dedicated to awareness and education where state, private and academia sit at the same table and develop this type of projects for national project and then in cooperation with our European partners. Thank you.
Thank you. Miguel?
Thank you very much. I think actually awareness is an element of security. On the other hand, so work on making the environment to be less vulnerable. So I can get back to my first and then also final state. We also published warnings to people: don't click on a link. But to be honest, I think that's a hard one. We have invented those links to click on. And if you say don't trust an email from somebody you don't know, to be honest, it's very hard to see that an email is not coming from somebody you know sometimes. So it's not always so easy. So I think we should also work on CSOCs and detecting and response units. We should also think about how can we make the environment less vulnerable, and how can we make it more visible to the user what is a trustworthy or less trustworthy piece of information or message. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know whether someone on behalf of Roberto Baldoni can address this or... Okay, if not, we'll pass to Robert for this point.
Thank you. I think that there is no big difference in cyber awareness when we look about awareness of road safety and awareness of hygiene, on medical hygiene. So we should start as early as possible. And continue education and increase awareness across all levels of education. So of course, ideal word would be if our fathers, mothers could actually introduce cyber awareness and introduce this topic into kids. Of course, it's challenging right now, especially with older people that are still not digitally included or not using even not aware, they are not themselves aware of cyber challenges. I think it will change with current generation that are more aware than our parents been. But at least, as I said, all levels of education we should, and that's what we do that's what we plan in Poland. All the programs for the elementary school, secondary school, and of course the students being filled with and proposed with the cybersecurity education, plus public campaigns. Public campaigns not dedicated to younger generation, but one of the campaigns that we initiated last year and we delivered was senior can in digital world as well, just to introduce cyber challenges to seniors starting to use more and more digital technologies. So of course, covering all levels of education and covering all levels of all generations of people. Thank you.
Thank you, Leonardo. Your
Yes, indeed, a very challenging, let's say, topic, and I think indeed a lot has been said. I mean, on one side, I would not put too much pressure on the user. As it was said, I think by Miguel, it's necessary to facilitate the life of the citizen online. I think also probably indeed to capture those that cannot be captured through school, and there are not, let's say, they're not expert in IT. Social media and social platforms can have, I think, a key role into spreading the message and into allowing, let's say, an easier way of fruition of the internet. And of course, besides that, I think schools are very important places where to start education and where to start awareness. And finally, I think also a lot can be done in terms of skills development. And I think in this sense, the recovery fund, resources can help significantly, both informing in training experts, but also most importantly into providing basic skills at the level of businesses and for those that work in enterprises. Thanks.
Thank you. And with this, we arrived at the end of the time allocated for this panel. So I would like to thank all the speakers and also all the participants to this panel. And now I'll give back the floor to the local organizers. And thank you, everyone, and for the discussion and contribution.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Massimo, for moderating. Thank you, dear panelists. Thank you, Roberto Baldoni. Thank you, Miguel de Brucker. Thank you, Robert Koslas. Thank you, Leonardo De Vizio, for this very interesting and dynamic panel. Thank you for all the participants here in the room and also online. Very interesting questions, and I hope we could, take at least a part of them and answer the way you needed. I wish you all a fruitful conversation and fruitful conference for today and for tomorrow. And waiting for you to continue our cooperation and collaboration in a more fruitful way. Wish you all the best, and thank you. And coffee break, sure, for those who are here, we have the coffee break. Thank you.
Thanks.
On the pop-up window, there was personal information being shown. One of that was my debit card information. After I got hacked, the steps I took were immediate. I changed my password. I contacted the service providers. I did change my debit card. It is reassuring to have a new debit card which is more safe and more secure. And I also set up a new Wi-Fi system so that the default password and the name can be changed. You shouldn't share your devices with other people. I did change my debit card. It is reassuring to have a new debit card which is more safe and more secure. I would consider myself reasonably knowledgeable when it comes to technology, but after I got hacked, my takeaways are that you shouldn't share your devices with other people. Think before you click. If you get a suspicious looking message, look at the source and contact the service providers. You should always download official apps from certified application store and change your passwords regularly and change your Wi-Fi name as well.
My business has been running online for 8 years. Social media would be a huge part of our business. I got an email through from my social media provider and it was giving me an option to verify my account. So I clicked in, logged into my account. Within the next half an hour, my phone started to slow down. I noticed that apps that I would normally use weren't working. So I did turn the phone off. I turned my phone back on about 40 minutes later. There was a whole lot of emails that had just come in. When I opened it, I could see that all of my account details had been changed, my username, my password, and my phone number. We then had emails stating that our account had been taken for ransom. They were threatening to delete all of the content, to take the name if we did not respond and pay a ransom within 2 hours. That then whittled down to 1 hour. We realized we were on a countdown, and that's when we started to panic. I realized very quickly, don't interact. We'd had emails stating that our account had been taken for ransom. They were threatening to delete all of the content, to take the name if we did not respond and pay a ransom within 2 hours. The ransom they were asking for was $900. At the time, I very much considered paying it, but at the same time, my husband was looking online and was reading a couple of scenarios where this had happened to somebody else, they paid it and they didn't receive their account back. So I realized very quickly, don't interact. It was devastating to see our account disappear. Not only was that 8 years of work, but it was also the history of our business. We created the new account and then I went on to my personal account and I recorded a 2-minute video, very briefly telling people what had happened. When I woke up the next morning, that video had been viewed 25,000 times and everybody shared the page. Within 24 hours, we had built up a following of over 25,000. It was like somebody came in, burnt out my business, and then the community came together and built it up the next day. It was absolutely incredible. The advice I would give to people is always think before you click, no matter how legitimate something looks. It was devastating to see our account disappear. Not only was that 8 years of work, but it was also the history of our business. I was aware that hacking was becoming more and more prominent. I didn't expect that it would happen to me. The advice I would give to people is always think before you click, no matter how legitimate something looks. make sure that you click on the sender email. I would also say make sure that you put two-step authentication on everything. Make sure to use a unique and strong password for each account, keep them different, and use a password manager where you can. As well as reporting to your social media provider or wherever the hacking incident has occurred, you should also report it to the local authorities, because the more these things are reported and the more awareness that is out there of what is happening, the more education is going to be put in place on how to prevent it.
Verificați cu atenție orice propunere de plată online. Nu accesați linkuri trimise de necunoscuți. Nu furnizați datele de pe card. Ele nu se folosesc pentru a primi bani. Raportați orice tentativă de fraudă.
I gave my device to a friend I thought I could trust. And the next day, when I opened up my laptop, romantic music started playing and a pop-up window appeared. It was offering me a cheap upgrade for a service I regularly use. On the pop-up window, there was personal information being shown. One of that was my debit card information, which was frightening to even imagine that someone had access to my debit card information. I was thinking this is something suspicious, so I was gonna close the pop-up window, but it didn't allow me to close the pop-up window. And that was the moment I knew I got hacked. After I got hacked, the steps I took were immediate. There was personal information being shown. One of that was my debit card information. After I got hacked, the steps I took were immediate. I changed my password. I contacted the service providers. I did change my debit card. It is reassuring to have a new debit card which is more safe and more secure. And I also set up a new Wi-Fi system so that the default password and the name can be changed. You shouldn't share your devices with other people. I did change my debit card. It is reassuring to have a new debit card which is more safe and more secure. I would consider myself reasonably knowledgeable when it comes to technology, but after I got hacked, my takeaways are that you shouldn't share your devices with other people. Think before you click. If you get a suspicious looking message, look at the source and contact the service providers. You should always download official apps from certified application store and change your passwords regularly and change your Wi-Fi name as well.
My business has been running online for 8 years. Social media would be a huge part of our business. I got an email through from my social media provider and it was giving me an option to verify my account. So I clicked in, logged into my account. Within the next half an hour, my phone started to slow down. I noticed that apps that I would normally use weren't working. So I did turn the phone off. I turned my phone back on about 40 minutes later. There was a whole lot of emails that had just come in. When I opened it, I could see that all of my account details had been changed, my username, my password, and my phone number. We then had emails stating that our account had been taken for ransom. They were threatening to delete all of the content, to take the name if we did not respond and pay a ransom within 2 hours. That then whittled down to 1 hour. We realized we were on a countdown, and that's when we started to panic. I realized very quickly, don't interact. We'd had emails stating that our account had been taken for ransom. They were threatening to delete all of the content, to take the name if we did not respond and pay a ransom within 2 hours. The ransom they were asking for was $900. At the time, I very much considered paying it, but at the same time, my husband was looking online and was reading a couple of scenarios where this had happened to somebody else, they paid it and they didn't receive their account back. So I realized very quickly, don't interact. It was devastating to see our account disappear. Not only was that 8 years of work, but it was also the history of our business. We created the new account, and then I went on to my personal account and I recorded a 2-minute video, very briefly telling people what had happened. When I woke up the next morning, that video had been viewed 25,000 times and everybody shared the page. Within 24 hours, we had built up a following of over 25,000. It was like somebody came in, burnt out my business, and then the community came together and built it up the next day. It was absolutely incredible. The advice I would give to people is always think before you click, no matter how legitimate something looks. It was devastating to see our account disappear. Not only was that 8 years of work, but it was also the history of our business. I was aware that hacking was becoming more and more prominent. I didn't expect that it would happen to me. The advice I would give to people is always think before you click. No matter how legitimate something looks, make sure that you click on the sender email. I would also say make sure that you put 2-step authentication on everything. Make sure to use a unique and strong password for each account. Keep them different and use a password manager where you can. As well as reporting to your social media provider or wherever the hacking incident has occurred, you should also report it to the local authorities, because the more these things are reported and the more awareness that is out there of what is happening, the more education is going to be put in place on how to prevent it.
Good afternoon. We're going to start the next session. It's one of my favorite type of sessions in certCON. It's a technical session, although we're going to present some slides. No live hacking this time, but definitely I heard from the organizer that they invited some very skilled people which will present really interesting and up-to-date facts. So I would like first to introduce our first speaker. He's going to be over virtual connection. It's Madalin Vasile. He's a system engineering manager at Fortinet. He has a network and security specialist for more than 15 years of relevant experience. Joined Fortinet in 2011 as a pre-sale system engineer, and he's supporting Romania, Balkans, and the Adriatic region as part of the Fortinet team. And he helped design and influence security solutions for data center, ISP, web hosting, and other complex network, covering the whole range of solutions from next-gen firewall, UTM, anti-denial of service, distributed denial of service, and web application firewalls, authentication, much more. So, Madalin, the floor is yours.
Hi, Radu. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for the introduction. I do have some slides, and I will start presenting them. I hope everything is okay. Radu, if you can please confirm that you can see the screen and it's fine.
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Because the time is short, I will get straight to the point. For today, I will talk about 3 points. What is the new normal as we observe it? What are the solutions that we are proposing in the context of the new normal during pandemic times? And of course, the next step, what's next after we implemented these immediate solutions. So let's get started. The new normal as we see it is not good for home users or for us as personal individuals that we are both collaborating among each other at a personal level, and we also use the same devices and same resources to do our job. Because attackers know this, they shifted during 2020, last year, they shifted their attention from enterprise grade networks. They shifted to home grade and devices and consumer grade products. Therefore, we've seen an increase in malware for more than 10 times, and this is not all. According to our team of cybersecurity researchers, FortiGuard, this year in the first half of 2021, top IPS detections show us that criminals continue to target small businesses and consumer-grade technologies in order to exploit home workers. By using these devices, exploited devices of the home users, they can easily get access to enterprises and secure networks. That's why we as Fortinet, we are proposing a new approach that is not necessarily something that you haven't seen before, but is something adapted to this new normal. What we are talking about is zero trust access. I do believe that most of you heard about this concept. It's not invented by Fortinet. It's a concept around cybersecurity for a while. And when it comes to zero trust access, it means that you should know everything, everyone in your network, and you should control it on and off network. So no device, no resource that has access to your network shouldn't be left alone, uncontrolled, unverified. And when it comes to verification, it should be a continuous one. Let's see some principles when it comes to zero trust. First of all, you have to authenticate user and verify the identity of the user and of the device on a regular basis, not only once when he joins or she joins the network, but for every session that is open from that user and device. Then it's about controlling the access. First of all, you have to create limited zones inside your network where the user and device has access and should have access only to the applications, resources that they should have access according to their job description and roles inside the company. And of course, nothing else more than this. So if a user shouldn't have access to a specific system, even if that system is protected by username, password, and even two-factor authentication, that user shouldn't have access even to the login page. So we should be able to control as much as possible. And the last point, when it comes to zero trust principles, you have to assume breach all the time. You have to plan and administrate your network as if the attackers are already inside your network, and the ones that are outside your network are always trying to get in. So you have to act like in times of war. You have to be alert all the time. You shouldn't drop the ball, as the Americans say. You have to pay attention all the time, monitor the network all the time, and try to understand how to correlate the alerts inside your network. You should also forget the concept of a trusted zone or a trusted office or a trusted user or a trusted device. Nothing should be trusted anymore. You have to verify every action or of every user inside the network. Before talking about zero trust access, users would have connected remotely to their networks, to their offices via VPN. It's normal. It's a normal solution. It's around for lots of years and is being used worldwide. You need something simple like a VPN client, you need a concentrator, and then you need authentication solution. You need username, password, and very important two-factor authentication to validate the user. And once you have all of this, you can get access to your network. The verification is done only once you log in, and then you have access to the entire network with some generic rules. But according to this shift in let's say, attackers' priorities, targeting our devices at home, the devices that we are using to connect to the networks, we should do something more. First of all, we should do a continuous trust check. We don't do only once this verification. Once the user gets into the network, we have to do it all the time. We have to do it every time the user accesses an application. Authentication and all the privileges should be used for the specific user. The user shouldn't have access to more than what he's supposed to do and operate for achieving his role. What happened basically? We changing the mindset or shifting the mindset from VPN to zero trust access. We do ongoing verification. Not only once, we do it continuously. We do it per session, per device, we check the posture of the device per OS versions, per antivirus statuses and versions, per vulnerability status on the device. We know that users at home don't patch their system regularly, and we have to make sure that when a user comes to our network, his system is patched to the latest patch as possible in order to minimize the vulnerabilities that can be exploited in order to get to our network. This can be done centrally, and this is a discussion for other sessions, of course. Granular control, we talk that we have to make sure that the policies and rules are applied per person role inside the company. And once you have this type of access, it's easier for the user because the access can be verified all the time. The user doesn't have to do always a login. We can use single sign-on for a seamless user experience. And of course, it doesn't matter where the user is in the end, even if it's in the office or at home or in a coffee shop or at a conference or a hotel, it doesn't matter. It has the same user experience as it is in the office. With this new shift, basically, we can support easily work from home or work from anywhere. The application can sit anywhere. It doesn't matter if it's in a public or a private cloud. And of course, by limiting the access of the user and device, we can reduce the attack surface so the malware cannot spread so easily inside our network and make so much damage. Of course, the main driver is work from home. And it's going to be easier for everybody to connect, to authenticate, and of course, having only the tunnels to the applications that we need, we limit the exposure of the network to the attackers. When it comes to Fortinet solutions that make up this concept, ZTNA, it's about the FortiGate concentrator, the next generation firewall or the UTM device that most of our customers already have. And it's about using a software centrally managed in order to have a vulnerability patching and management done centrally, the profiles, security profiles, and VPN profiles managed centrally. And of course, on top of these two, FortiGate and FortiClient, we can have the authentication solution comprised of the authentication server, FortiAuthenticator, and the two-factor authentication, FortiToken. This is the solution. But once we have the device and user in the network, it's not so easy, right? Users, they don't have a really good cyber education. The attackers find new ways, all the time, new ways of compromising the devices. So we are proposing a multiple solution. One of them is browser isolation. When a user accesses a remote resource on the internet, it goes to a proxy. That proxy shows the content without actually opening the content on the user device. This content is open in a secure, container inside an application. That container doesn't have access to the network. Once the session is completed, that container is destroyed and nothing gets to the network or the user. So the user is safeguarded from external threats. Again, we come at work with a device. That device can be compromised or controlled remotely, or we can have already some insider threats on our network, some compromised system from before that can access our applications. In order to detect these insider threats, we have a solution called FortiDeceptor. This FortiDeceptor emulates lots of services, and they are putting traps around the network in order for attackers to trigger them. Once the trap is triggered, we can see what the attacker is doing, what the commands are, what they are looking for, and we can automate the isolation and removal of that threat from our network. With this Deceptor, basically, we are changing the game. We are not trying to be right all the time when it comes to cybersecurity, but we are making the attackers to be right all the time. If the attacker trips this kind of alarm, it will automatically be quarantined, isolated from the network, basically removed from inside the network. And when it comes to malware, it is hard to detonate so many files, especially zero-day type of malware that is personalized for each institution particularly. We are proposing FortiAI, a virtual security analyst, if you like, based on artificial intelligence that can analyze this and identifies more than 20 type of attack scenarios. And faster than any sandboxing in the market, because we are not trying to emulate or detonate the file. We are looking at the characteristics of the file, and based on those characteristics, we can put the malware inside one of these categories. Of course, the same solution helps us find the patient zero, how the malware was spread in the network, and to try to identify how the lateral movement was done and how the worm or malware was spread. Thank you very much for this opportunity about how let's see attackers and their actions during the pandemic times, and also what are the solutions from our side to protect. If we have questions, I'm available during the entire session. I can answer in chat, or if someone has questions right now, I can answer it right now for you.
Thank you very much, Madeleine. We're definitely gonna have some questions probably at the end of the session. Next speaker is a senior solution architect from Inflobox, Piotr Glaska. Piotr Glaska is specialized in the use of DNS in cybersecurity systems. The last 4 years, he has been researching various malware and APT examples for their use of the DNS. Currently working as a senior solution architect at Infoblox, where he deals with the technical side of secure DNS solutions.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. So today I would like to show some examples of 3 attacks which happened in, let's say, 2020, 2021. And since I'm focusing on DNS protocol itself, I will show how attackers are using advanced techniques which use DNS. First example is ransomware 5 Hands. It was deployed a few days before Christmas 2020 for the very first time, but it was used also later during spring 2021, so it's quite a fresh example. Initial access was achieved by the attackers either over, stolen credentials for remote desktop protocol, or in later campaigns thanks to zero-day VPN gateway vulnerabilities. What is interesting from my perspective is how they were using DNS protocol in the attack, and what they used is command and control over DNS. So after the initial phase, they were contacting command and control server by sending DNS queries, and information was hidden inside of these queries. Here we can see a little bit traffic which they generated. So basically in the hostname part of DNS name query, there was hexadecimally encoded data, for example, bot registration, question about what task should be executed, or results of the commands or tasks scheduled by the C2 server. Reply was given as an IP address or in a format of IP address, but actually it was not an IP address. It was just treated by the attacker as 42 bits of data, which could mean, for example, a code of the task to execute on the infected host. So basically they use this functionality to control the infected host and also to download malicious modules which will allow them to use some other techniques such as, to spread the ransomware on the other host, to do some reconnaissance inside, and so on. So this is quite interesting example. In this example, they use some specific domain name, but they also change this domain name in the next campaign. So it's not enough to just block one domain name, because attackers can very easily change the domain name, use another one and another one and another one. So we cannot focus when we are defending the network. We should not focus just on preventing, communication with some static domain names from the list, but rather we should try to detect and block the technique used by the attacker. In this case, that was C2 over DNS, so data transfer inside of DNS queries. Another case from, let's say, different area, but the technique was quite similar. Invisimal is an APT attack which was targeting small number of organizations in the military sector and diplomatic missions in Eastern Europe. In this case, they used DNS after the initial infection to download new malicious components, because maybe they change, what they want to do. They check what's inside. They need some additional module to do some additional techniques. So they need to have a way to be able to send new functional components from the C2 server to the infected host. The problem with such important networks, such as military or diplomatic, problem for the attackers is how to communicate from the infected host, which might be in some isolated network segment, might not have internet connectivity at all. How to connect this host to the command and control server. Of course, there are some segments of network in military especially that is not possible at all, because basically it's physically disconnected, right? But often there are some less important fragments of the network which are isolated by the firewall. Often what is overlooked on such firewall is DNS traffic. So very often you have situation like a local DNS resolver, Microsoft DNS, Bind, whatever institution is using. And this resolver is able to resolve internet domain names. So even if the host in the bottom has no internet connectivity, but it can send a DNS query to a local DNS resolver, and this local DNS resolver can send this query over to the internet and then get the reply and send back reply to the infected host, then actually this local DNS is working as a hop, as a proxy. It's a basically natural thing in DNS. Whole DNS system works as a multi-hop proxy. So one of MITRE ATT&CK technique is actually built in by design into DNS system. So what they were using, they were sending DNS queries from the infected host to the local DNS resolver. Local DNS resolver was sending this query further to server responsible for some malicious domain name. Then the C2 server was extracting the coding data from this query and sending back a reply. In the reply, there was a new malicious functionality encoded inside. It was sent back to the local DNS. Local DNS was sending it back to the infected host. So this way, they were able to control host which was not having internet connectivity at all, theoretically at all. In this, maybe one more. In this case, they use base32 encoding to encode data inside of DNS query. So usually we see hexadecimal encoding used by simpler attackers, and the APT groups typically use base32 with custom dictionary. Last example. In September 2020, our detection algorithm has detected suspicious communication, which was looking like here. So you have, again, hex encoded data, some subdomain, and then easywbdesign.com. So the algorithm detected that because actually in the first part there is data tunneled inside. And when we reverse engineered that malware, it was having interesting capability of downloading command and control domain names. Very often, C2 domain name is hard-coded into the malware, and if you block it, basically C2 communication will be not possible for this malware. But in this case, malware was having a code which would connect to legitimate service like blockchain.info, which is good, and it was asking for transaction or details of the cryptocurrency transaction. In those details, there was a C2 domain encrypted inside. So basically, wherever their domain would be blocked, they would easily change this domain name by changing this transaction, and then malware could download a new domain name and bypass such reputation-based security solutions. So here you have, let's say, encrypted data, and after decryption, you have a C2 domain name. So again, it shows us that we cannot just focus on base blocking of IOCs, because they are very easy to bypass. IP address, domain name can be easily changed by the attacker. But usually they use some techniques, and we should focus on detecting those techniques. How we detect such communication is by analyzing every DNS query which goes over Infoblox Secure DNS solution, and we analyze several attributes of such query. We check, for example, what's the n-gram distribution. So what is n-gram? N-gram is just a sequence of n characters. We check bgrams and trigrams, so 2 characters or 3 characters together. We take DNS query, check first 2 characters. Are they typical in natural language? Let's say we see AD together. That's normal in natural language. But if you see QX, well, it's quite hard to find a word which would have QX next to each other, right? Then we check another, and another, and another, and give some score to this attribute. Then we check another attribute. Just maybe to show you, the red color shows you automatically generated domains by malware, and the green is good domain names, and you have bgram distribution. So you can see that some distribution is typical to automatically generated domain names, some not. Then we check other attributes, such as entropy. Entropy gives you information how much data is inside. If you have 3 letters A, the entropy is 0, because there is no change basically in this. If you take A, B, C, then you have a lot of information. I mean, much more than 3 A's. Here you have also the graph which shows you what's the entropy level for good and bad domain names. We also check what's the ratio of non-letter characters, what's the vowel ratio, what's the ratio of characters used in the hex encoding, and few other things which are checked, basically more than a dozen, because there is no one single attribute in DNS traffic which would tell you that this is actually DNS tunneling. You need to have several attributes checked, assign weights to them, assign some score, and finally you have the credible results that this DNS traffic is actually containing data inside. From my side, that's all. If you have any questions, just let me know. Also, maybe if you are here on site and you want to see such technique live, then just come to our booth. I can demonstrate it how attackers are actually using data exfiltration over DNS. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Piotr. It's a really nice presentation. I remember speaking about DNS tunneling for the first time, I think, somewhere 10 years ago, and I'm glad to see someone is tackling this problem in a professional level. Our next speaker, sorry, for any questions, please keep it for the end, and we're going to have a Q&A question for the end of the session. So our next speaker is Tudor Christa. He's a regional sales manager for Palo Alto Networks, where he joined in 2016. He's now responsible for the Cortex sale in Eastern Europe, and he's in charge of developing the Cortex business and talks about cyberspace and how we should protect it in a digital way of life. Zero trust model, also an interesting subject, and behavioral analytics, security operations centers, and attack surface management are among his favorite topics. Tudor, can you? Yeah.
Hello, yes,
yeah,
I can
perfect.
hear you. Do you hear me well?
Yeah.
Perfect. So thank you for the opportunity to present today about attack surface management. The title of the presentation is a challenging one. I invite each and every organization to ask a simple question. Do you really know your attack surface? Let me guide you step by step what I mean by that. Initially, the attack surface used to be something easy to manage. It was the well-known IT assets under management from IT and security divisions, and it was the data center. And you had a very tight VPN perimeter that was defending those assets very efficiently. Now we can say that attack surface continued to expand, especially in the past few years, and we see more and more devices that are connected to the organization and can be exploited by the attackers to launch an attack against the organization. What businesses, no matter the size, no matter private or public sector, need is the following: a continuous, real-time, and updated view of their attack surface in order to discover, evaluate, and mitigate exposures of their internet-connected assets. This is what we believe is the most important, because if you are able to discover, if you are able to evaluate, and if you are able to mitigate the exposures that you find, then all of a sudden your entire organization is much better protected, because the attacker basically can't get grasp on anything, can't use any device to start its attack. This solution from Palo Alto Networks, called Expanse, is an attack surface management solution that is meant to manage properly the entire attack surface of your organization. And we achieve that in 3 steps. First is the discovery phase. Secondly, we have to evaluate what we discovered. And third, we want to help you mitigate the exposed risks. In the initial phase, the discovery, we are continuously indexing the entire internet in order to discover all the connected devices and exposed services. We are scanning the internet multiple times per day, and the result of this is a huge database of billions and billions of assets. The second step is evaluation, and we use supervised machine learning engines in order to attribute the assets of your organization accurately. And when we discover the assets of your organization, we also attach the risk to each and every discovered asset. So leveraging all these machine learning algorithms, we can certainly claim that the accuracy of attribution is extremely high, so that we expose you only your assets. You don't need to bother to anything else. Everything that's connected to your organization is properly presented to you. But it's not enough. We want also to help you mitigate the risks, and we're doing this through an automated policy-driven remediation playbook that is actually in our security orchestration, automation, and response tool, which is called XOR. What is basically Cortex Expanse? It's a system of record. With Expanse, we want to offer you a single source of truth, an authoritative source of every internet assets that spans your internet infrastructure on premises and in the cloud. Basically, digital identifiers and the systems and the services related to everything that defines your organization in the internet, such as IP ranges, certificates, domains, systems, cloud instances, everything that's connected to the internet from your organization. And basically, we enable you to build an inventory and to attribute every internet asset. Then we help you assess and reduce risk and policy violations in real time and 24/7 around the clock. Also, we can help you transform existing operations, tools, and processes, because we will be able to help you dramatically reduce the mean time to detection. So definitely enabling you to reduce the mean time to response. What are the entire use cases that we cover? First and foremost, of course, manage your attack surface. Then we can also help you with the infrastructure governance, cloud security, where is applicable, where organizations have workload in the public cloud. Compliance is also important. And also third-party due diligence, or even collaborators, subcontractors, organizations to which your organization is somehow connected to. We help you cover all these use cases with the Expanse service. We definitely believe this is a superior attack surface management solution, because we definitely have a scalable discovery process, and we discover all of our assets with a higher accuracy. Then from discovery, we shift to attribution, and we can, leveraging our patented technology, enables you to automatically identify what assets belong to your organization. You don't need to know this upfront. It's not a vulnerability management scanner. No, this is a tool that discovers your unknown assets. So we want to surprise you, and we are able to surprise you. With such a solution, I'm sure you will discover assets that you thought didn't exist in your organization. And then we don't stop here. As I mentioned, we want to help you mitigate the exposed risks. Of course, there are known assets in your organization, and there are unknown assets. The known assets are pretty easy to discover. You leverage pen testing workshops. You have vulnerability management solutions. You have do-it-yourself exposure search, like Shodan, for example. But what about the unknown assets? Of course, you can bring red teaming. You can do risk scoring. But this is not real time. You can't do red teaming 24/7 each and every day of the year. You can't do that. Risk scoring, okay, it's an exercise, it's good, but you don't do it 24/7, 365 days per year, no. And attackers are doing that. Attackers are doing that. So be mindful and ask your questions. Do you really know your attack surface? Expanse is able to help you get to know your attack surface fully. Not only the assets you already know, but also the unknown assets. Last year at certCON11, I had the chance to be in the room with you. Unfortunately, this year the virus was a bit more powerful and condemned me to stay home. And certCON11, I presented XSOAR. XSOAR is Extended Security Orchestration, Automation, and Response. And this is our tool that is enabling the SecOps teams to orchestrate the infrastructure and to automate the response. And there is a tight integration between Expanse and XSOAR. So basically what Expanse is discovering thanks to a playbook that is developed by Palo Alto Networks and it's included out of the box in the XSOAR, we can trigger automatic remediation actions. So the combination between Expanse and XSOAR, it's extremely powerful and helps SecOps team reduce the mean time to detect, mean time to respond very, very much. You might consider integrating Expanse with XSOAR because it definitely help you identify asset owners by looking at firewall logs or anything else that sees who within your organization is accessing those assets. We can also identify shadow IT. We can also push shadow IT assets to vulnerability management scanners to scan and ensure compliance, to enforce compliance. We can also push alerts to owners via SIEM or ticketing systems. We can automate remediation by blocking the exposures identified and through the firewall policies. We do have a lot of customers. This solution started in DARPA in United States. DARPA was looking to purchase such a service from the market, but they didn't find, so they decided to create one. They created Expanse. The original people from DARPA that created Expanse are now in Palo Alto Networks because Palo Alto Networks acquired Expanse last year, and they are now contributing to developing further Expanse, but also the entire Cortex portfolio. We do have Goldman Sachs, Accenture, PayPal, US Cyber Command, US Navy, many customers from all the places. Conscious of time, I want to leave you with few takeaways. First takeaway would be the fact that Expanse is an asset inventory. Asset inventory is critical for each and every organization, and Expanse is helping you with just that. Without a full inventory of your digital assets, companies struggle to identify and they struggle to remediate their exposure to cyber attacks. Second takeaway, attack surface management is a board level concern. We see it more and more. High level stakeholders in all the companies, including board members, are calling for an attack surface management plan to bolster cybersecurity. Third, this is an invitation actually. POV stands from proof of value, and we can put together a proof of value for your organization to show you what attackers are seeing about your organization. We don't need any confidential data from your side to run such a proof of value. We just need the range of public IP addresses and domain names. So this is public information. We prepare the POV, and then in a workshop, we guide you through what Expanse discovered about your assets. And this can be an exercise that I hope you will want to take. And if you decide to do that, please contact me, please contact any of my colleagues in Palo Alto Networks Romania, and we'll be more than happy to run through this proof of value of Expanse together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tudor, and I invite everybody to have questions in the chat or here in the room. Nevertheless, I would have two questions for you in the end. Thank you. Now, I am inviting the next speaker, an old friend, Ovidiu Neghină, from Cisco. He's been having over 17 years of experience in IT&C, and he's working in the last 13 years in Cisco Romania team, holding several very interesting mix of certifications like CCIE, routing and switching, and CISSP, helping clients and partners to choose the most suitable security solutions for their needs.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the introduction. Thank you very much for the time and pleasure to be part of this excellent event. I will talk today about attacks and attackers during pandemic time. I will have some reports from our solutions. I'll talk about what kind of attacks we saw during the pandemic times in the last couple of months, about the new way of work, the hybrid work, and then how exactly we can protect using Cisco technology to the hybrid work, the remote work. I will use in my slides reports from two Cisco technologies. One is Duo Security, was a technology acquired 3 years ago by Cisco. It offers in a very easy way multi-factor authentication, both to install by the administrator and also to use. Myself, I just, in 2 minutes, I enabled multi-factor authentication for the application that Cisco is using. And then it can do a device health check, so checking if the device has firewall activated, checking if the device, the mobile or the laptop has encryption, things like that, so if the security posture is good enough, and can apply advanced policies, adaptive policies based on the user, group of user, type of operating system, type of managed or unmanaged device to allow or not access to a specific application. Single sign-on and many things that are extremely easy to deploy with Duo Security. The second technology is Umbrella. It's former acquisition Cisco did 5 years ago called OpenDNS. It has, at a basic level, it's a DNS protection mechanism that majority of customers are using, and it's extremely easy to deploy also. The last couple of years, Umbrella evolved to being a full cloud security SaaS solution. Secure Access Service Edge is the latest buzzword in the industry, where it offers right now full cloud services, layer 7 with application visibility, CASB type of features, DLP type of features, remote browser isolation. So it becomes the go-to place to protect all your users and all your traffic against malicious activities. Anyhow, so these are the last months. You see an increase in remote access connections. Obviously, everybody went home and started to work from home using either managed devices from IT or unmanaged devices on using own laptops or mobile phones or tablets to do the work for the companies. And also, Umbrella saw an increase in the number of devices remotely connected. What's interesting, of course, the attackers didn't go home like everybody. They still did their job and tried to, and we see an increase in malicious activities, trying to connect to the headends of the companies, and Duo Security protected this with multi-factor authentication. We see a 2.4 increase in these attempts to malicious activity to the headends. Another report from Umbrella, we can see here the fact that the number of devices connected to the Umbrella, that use Umbrella to be protected, increased more in the mobile arena. So this shows that many organizations use the mobile technology effectively, mobile phones and tablets to connect to the business applications. Probably it was easier either from the own devices by the employees' personal devices, or it was easier to have access to tablets and mobile phones. And also we see the distribution of our operating systems during the last couple of months. What kind of attacks we saw in the Umbrella technology? We saw malware, majority of attack, crypto mining, command and control, and phishing. And let's not forget about the still most used vector of attack, which is email. Our Cisco threat intelligence organization, Talos, is seeing 100 million email threats per day. And beware what link you open on email or file, okay? And I have a few slides which are dedicated to Romania. This was worldwide. We have, in the latest couple of months, we can pull out reports anonymized from per country from Umbrella, which has tens of millions of requests per day seen. Let's spend a few time on this. Romania is ranked number 55 on the globe compared to the number of queries that Umbrella sees. This from the country risk point of view. Okay, what is good is that we are number 83 on the rank. So how many Umbrella queries, good and bad, it sees, and rank-wise we are 55. We can see up there on the left, on the right, the number of unique networks that we see in Romania. Okay, we can see the weekends. Okay, during the last 30 days, the drop down. People are going outside probably in the weekend. Not doing the work. Umbrella is mainly a business security service for the companies. Interesting, we saw in 17th of August a bigger increase in attacks. This is a report that you can disable and enable various type of attacks that Umbrella saw. We see a lot of attacks in 7th, no, I don't know what happened there. Probably it was a malware campaign in Romania, targeted in Romania, a huge increase in bot activities and malware in 17th of August. Okay, let me go back because I wanted to talk about ransomware. You see a steady 4,000 connections to ransomware websites every day in 30 days. I wanted to show this to have the visibility that per country you have very good threat intelligence and is localized per country, in this case Romania. Okay, the world has changed. Now I'm going to go a bit to the sales speech. So the world has changed and everybody, majority of us are working either from home or from in a hybrid works, and I don't think we'll go back to the way pre-pandemic times when everybody was working from the office. So many people love this, the flexibility to work from anywhere, doing from any device, from any location. I was just having a chat with Radu about this before that. But it's not easy for the, so this is good for the employees, but it's not easy for the IT administrators and the business functions. How to collaborate securely, basically, that's all about. How to securely connect to applications from any device, from any location. And I hope I'm going to present a few good solutions on this topic. If we talk about hybrid work and remote work, Cisco has various technology in the security arena. The most important is obviously the remote client that encrypts the traffic towards the data center of the company. And then you can protect that credential with dual factor from dual security, which can do also, as I said, the device health check, adaptive policies based per user group, device type, manage, unmanage. Then any connect can integrate Umbrella, roaming client, which can protect the user even when he's at home, so not on the premises of the company. So you will have the same type of protection, the same type of policies like you would have in your office. And of course, the last point is advanced malware protection for the operating system. Doesn't matter, we have this technology, EDR, EPP. Then this allows to secure connection to the organization, to cloud, to hybrid type of environment, and then also to collaborate securely with WebEx technology, which offers end-to-end encryption. We had a huge demand and increase on collaboration technologies on which is WebEx, both on the cloud device, the cloud solution, and on the hardware devices like WebEx boards. And that's my last slide. Everything is integrated that I talked about from security point of view with SecureX, our latest addition on our portfolio, which integrates with API. It's an API aggregator, basically integrates every Cisco security technology and third party to have a single dashboard for the SOC analyst, for the IT operation team, not to go around in 50 dashboards to be able to remediate and to solve a cybernetic incident.
Basically, it offers same capabilities like an SOAR and a CM and XDR without the licenses that are needed for that. Basically, it's included in every security technology that Cisco has. You don't need a big data lake because it doesn't have a data lake. It just uses API to pull out all the reports from every Cisco technology or third party and present that to the security analyst. It's out of the box. It has orchestrated activated inside, so you can orchestrate all the activities that are repetitive and right now are manual with SecureX and the orchestrator from SecureX. You can do this automation, reducing, in the end, we want to reduce the time to detection, to remediation, to response to the cybernetic attacks. That's all from my side. I hope I didn't spend too much time.
Right on time.
If there are any questions, I will be here. I will be also today and tomorrow in the booth. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Ovidiu. Our next speaker is Patrick Palm. He is Director of Product Security at Ericsson CTO office since June 2018. And he has been with Ericsson since 1995, serving in Sweden, USA, and Finland with various roles and in product management and special focus on product security since 2003. Patrick has been driving Ericsson efforts in security assurance, including Ericsson Security by Design effort and the security reliability model. He's also involved in the participation of various industry standardization activities in GSMA, 3GPP, and ETIAS. So Patrick, if you're here.
Yes, thank you very much for the introduction. I hope you can see my slides.
Yeah, thanks.
As well as hear me, very good. I'm very happy to be back here at certCON. I've been here before, now again, unfortunately, on a remote link instead of with you there in the room. I'll have a short presentation and it will take a little bit of a different perspective on the topic here. As you know, 5G networks are being rolled out globally. And since this is taking place now in the middle of a pandemic, we need to make sure that the security of the infrastructure is there already now in order to protect against attacks. So let me give a short overview of some of the activities that we do at Ericsson in order to ensure the security of the networks. Our wanted position is, of course, to provide our customers, the telecommunications operators of the world, with secure products and solutions, and thereby giving them the opportunity to create the secure networks. One of the items that we stress internally in our organization, but also in the work we do externally, is that our products have security embedded, and they should also have integrity delivered, meaning that we take into consideration the total supply chain for our products, and as well as then the consideration of our products in operation in customer networks. Never before have we had such reliance on mobile communication as we have had during these times. So the essence of having working mobile infrastructure and as well bringing out the additional benefits that we can get from 5G speeds and 5G networks is, of course, helping the world to cope with the situation. One of the items that we need to do is to, of course, make sure that the 5G and coming standards are really fit for purpose and able then to create secure networks for our customers. And together with the other vendors and participants in standardization organizations, we are proactively contributing then to the standards. And the standardization work has also been hit by the pandemic, but it was a quick shift from being sitting in the common rooms and discussing the future standards and the changes to the current standards into a fully remote working setup, and that we have at the moment. And of course, this is a very good way for us to engage both with our customers and other players in the industry. And we need to do that in order to protect the customers from the threats that they see all over the world. If we look at it from let's say a political side or a regulator side, we have increased demands on networks and network infrastructure coming from the regulatory side. I have here just a few quotes then from from the EU Parliament and some US agencies, really pointing to the need to stress the importance of the security of 5G networks in particular, in order to those networks to carry critical infrastructure and the critical communication needs of everyone in society. So we have building blocks in the standardization. We have demands coming from the regulatory side, and some of the standardization and certification and compliance items that I personally work with, and where Ericsson as a company is very long-standing contributor, is of course in the 3GPP standardization, where we have the standards for the mobile communication set. But it's not only 3GPP, it's of course also in the IETF, it's in ETSI in Europe, it's in the NIST in North America, where we have the NIST cybersecurity framework that also drives standardization efforts in order to meet with, for instance, recent executive orders on cybersecurity, encompassing also the entire supply chain. So very much activity from our side in all these type of fora. When we have, of course, the attackers as well. And when the networks are becoming embedded in critical functions or utilized for critical functions, we see that there are different motives for attackers coming in as well. So, attackers, are they in it for the money? We have the crypto lockers and similar type of situations, or denial of service or whatever type of attacks that you would like to have. But of course, there are in a mobile scenario, we have also the need to protect the information. And now when we are using the mobile communication more than ever, it's essential that the information is protected. And of course, that is something that we have built in from start in the mobile infrastructure. But of course, again, any type of sabotage for service disruption is also an attack vector that we need to worry about to enable the connectivity for the world throughout these type of scenarios. And then I come to the, let's say, a little bit different view here when we talk about certification. And Ericsson as a 5G infrastructure provider, let me give a little bit of a perspective then on the certification, because what is being driven then from, in particular then from a regulatory point of view, is that in order to be able to trust the network infrastructure, there is a perceived need also to have a certification of the network infrastructure. And what we see here is that from an industry point of view, we have worked in the GSMA working group with the Network Equipment Security Assurance Scheme called NESAS for a long time in order to meet these type of demands. And what we have done within this industry effort is to try to create a system that will be beneficial both for vendor as well as for our customer, the operators. But we also use it, in our discussions then with the political side or the regulator side, and point to it as the preferred way forward if there is a need for a certification activity. So we have built in into the GSMA NESA scheme both the auditing of the product development processes, as well as then a product evaluation. And what we have seen now during the last couple of years is that the scheme has proven to work well with these circumstances. So we have accredited auditors that are actively looking at vendors' development processes and product lifecycle processes. And we then, with the auditors, can show the evidence that we fulfill the needs that also the regulators and the authorities see that we need to put on the creators of this mobile infrastructure. And we have had several vendors have been successfully audited during the pandemic. It has been effective and efficient. We continue to develop, we continue to deploy and deliver our products, and this all where the large majority of the staff is remote. So we see that the ways of working and the strong and robust processes that are put in place are also resilient in this type of situation. And furthermore, we talk about also then evaluating the products, and we have within 3GPP we have created then security test specifications and also the processes around that. And we have seen these so-called SCAS evaluations also been carried out during the pandemic. And I think that all in all, we can see that the certification and audits have worked quite well. We have a global organization where development teams are sitting in various countries. Most of the staff actually then sitting in a remote office or a home office, and we carry out then with the control of the confidentiality of the type of audits, and then can prove also that the products we put together will meet the demands that our customer will put on us. And this is, of course, something then that the whole society will benefit from, and all the various use cases that we have put together can then rely on the security of the 5G infrastructure. And the 5G architecture, it enables any type of, or let's say, a multitude of new use cases. And the risks related to these use cases are taken into the consideration, from the start, from the standardization through when we develop it and when we deliver it to our customers. But it's essential to see that really the security of the use cases is also dependent on the deployment and operation of the networks. And this is, of course, a responsibility of our customers, the operators globally. We see that the NESA scheme is fit for purpose for this. It works well, and above all, it does something that we all need to consider in our everyday work. It's to have the security by design culture, and having a process-based scheme really pushes on having the right security built into the processes, and that means that you have an opportunity then to do the security by design. So this concludes my short presentation. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Patrick. For any questions also, we're gonna have just one more presentation, and afterwards we can have a Q&A session. Thank you. Now, our last speaker of the day, but as he called himself a great speaker because he's part of the great team in Kaspersky, is Dan Demeter. So I will let him present.
Hey. Okay, so thanks a lot. Today I'm not going to talk about any products of Kaspersky, although we have like a lot of products. Today I'm not going to try to sell you anything, but rather we're going to talk about research. Mostly because I'm a security researcher. My name is Dan Demeter, and you might have heard about my team, which is called GREAT, Global Research and Analysis Team. We are a team of 40 people all around the world. And we specialize on highly advanced attacks, threat intelligence, threat leadership, and we have an office here. We have a research center here in Bucharest, where myself and my manager, Mr. Costin Raiu, he's the director of the team, we are working. You might have heard about Costin Raiu. He's the one who created and invented Ravant antivirus in the 90s. So he's in the industry for more than 30 years. So we are the core and we are the backbone of one part of Kaspersky's research. And basically, what do we do? What do we focus on? We are tracking advanced APT attacks, and also we are doing research in order to protect our customers and to protect our devices. We are monitoring more than 900 operators and groups this year only. And it's a huge increase since the beginning of like the golden age of APT attacks, which was 2010. You might have heard about Stuxnet. And of course, there are other attacks which are earlier than that. For example, the Haze operation, like the Haze, or other like Moonlight Maze. You might have heard about it, like 1995. But since 2010, when our team was created, since then we've come a long way. And nowadays, we are tracking more than 900 operators. What's interesting is that 20 of them are commercial. It means that they are not after intellectual property, but rather they are after money. They just want to get money. So I'm looking at ransomware attacks. I'm looking at supply chain attacks. And 25 groups are Chinese language speaking groups, which is huge. Today, we're going to talk about threat landscape, we're going to talk about what happened in the past and what I think might happen in the future. And basically, 2020 was one hell of a year for all of us. And we've seen attacks which are beyond Windows. We've seen attacks on Linux platforms. We've seen attacks on macOS platforms. And also, 2020 was the year where multiple vendors, also we discovered real UEFI implants. So this means that there was malware which was infecting the core firmware of computers. So that was like pretty interesting. A lot of iOS attacks, like in the wild attacks as well, were discovered last year. And obviously, COVID-19 attacks were like the norm back then. I'll let you take a picture, and then let's talk about what's going to happen, in my opinion, in 2022, and what happened this year. So attackers shifted their way, they became more resilient. What we've seen that they, because as my colleagues before me presented, the ways to protect your networks increased, and we have like a lot of devices, we have a lot of security products, we have a lot of technologies that allows you to protect your company network. Because of that, also attackers are becoming more and more advanced. And what we've seen is that also they shifted and they saw that a lot of users are working remotely right now, so they started going for VPN appliances. And you might have heard about the latest, last month ago, like a huge vendor, I'm not gonna name it, like 500,000 devices exposed, 500,000 accounts, user accounts were exposed, from their VPNs. Also, attackers are focusing on social engineering and other methods like phishing, etc., etc. Basically, we've also seen that nowadays there are different types of groups. There's a group of attackers who manage to get initial access, but they don't do anything further. Rather, what they do, they sell that access on black markets. And we have other groups, like TrickBot, for example, or especially ransomware groups, which they buy access for a specific vendors, for a specific company, and they launch the attack. So basically, they don't have to hunt anymore. They have vulnerable victims already given to them on the black market. Of course, for the right amount of money. So we've seen links between ransomware attacks and underground markets, and APT actors who are also monitoring the black markets, and APT actors who are actually trying to cooperate in order to get access to pursue their attack. Again, APT attacks are the most advanced and the most dangerous of them. So the attack surface is bigger. You've seen that before, the presentations before me. We've seen more disruptive attacks, especially ransomware attacks, and we've seen attacks through collateral damage. And when I talk about collateral damage, I talk about supply chain attacks. And this is crazy because my prediction is that next year, supply chain attacks are going to be even bigger, are actually going to be like the main, let's say, interesting type of attack. And what's really scary is that supply chain attacks is not really you who are vulnerable, but rather one of your suppliers, one of your vendors who you kind of trust. And ENISA, they released a report in July this year. If you didn't read it already, it's called like a Threat Landscape for Supply Chain Attacks. They released it this summer. Check it out. If you're afraid of going on links that are on a public presentation, like this QR code, check it out. Google for that presentation. You're gonna go at the same link, hopefully, if nobody changed my presentation. Basically, in their report, they define a supply chain attack as a combination of at least 2 attacks, and that's really interesting because you need to have a supplier and you need to have the target. And basically, in order to have a supply chain attack, you need to attack the supplier, and then maybe you attack another supplier, and there's like a chain of this kind of attacks, and then in the end, your final target is the final customer, which uses those suppliers. And basically what they say is that for an attack to be classified as a supply chain attack, both the suppliers and the customers have to be the targets. So that's pretty interesting. Their report is like huge, so go check it out. It's like 75 pages. I've read it all. It's like pretty interesting. So you might ask, Dan, what do I have to do? Like, okay, I want to protect myself. And what I'm going to tell you is that you need to have kind of like a multiple layers, which you already know, kind of attack. You need to have like your employees. So first of all, everything from my point of view, it comes from the employees. You need to have like trainings. They need to know what to do, what to click on. They need to know what to like, when to report an attack, etc., etc. So that's the first thing. Secondly, you need to have like technologies, and the stack of technologies exist. They were presented before me. Like you've seen, you have them here. Like you have like a lot of vendors here. Like they are here, but you need to use them. You need to use like maybe a CM, like a EDR, like next gen, yada yada yada, and like you need to use and integrate them. Then you need to have like risk management, integrated with those technologies, and furthermore, it's even complicated, compliance, which needs to integrate to all of those layers before in order to have like a better protection. So my takeaway is that, and what I would say, okay, it's not enough just to buy a solution. Whatever solution you buy, you just shove it into your network and you say like, it's there. You have to monitor, you have to check logs, and you have to integrate it in order to make sure that you constantly protect yourself. So this was it. Hopefully it was interesting, and any questions, I'm gonna be here.
Thank you very much, Dan. So, any questions from the room? I haven't seen any online, so I have a couple for our presenters, but first I would like to take if there are any in the room. No? Okay. I have a question for Piotr first. DNS is really something which I really, as I said, used it in the past and I really enjoyed it. Now it's being, let's say, revamped at a higher scale than before. Another protocol which is, let's say, side by side, is BGP. Are you also looking into tackling some monitoring over there? At least monitoring for the moment because it's a sensitive item, or it's something that you're...
Yeah, so basically you're right, especially last case of Facebook failure was actually misleading for many people because it was domains which were unavailable, but actually we must remember that still there is, ISO OSI layers, and you need to look at all the layers. So if DNS doesn't work, first you also need to check if IP is working. So in this case, it was BGP. We as Infoblox, we focus on DNS, so we provide secure DNS solution on premises and in the cloud. We don't look at BGP. There are router vendors to do that. So for example, one on the right here, my right. And you're right, I mean, DNS tunneling, for example, which I mentioned, is a technique which was first mentioned publicly in 1998 on a backtrack list, so a very long time ago. But still it is used by the attackers, and actually more often, since maybe 4 or 5 years, we see more and more such attacks. The reason for that is that most of the defenders focus on two protocols, right? It's web traffic, so HTTP, HTTPS, and the mail traffic. We focus on that as defenders. But there is this second, another protocol which is very popular on the internet, which is DNS, right? So if attackers want to stay undetected, they basically try to stay not in the site. So that's why they still use it, and actually even more. Sandver's attack, which was also, a supply chain attack in the first phase of the command and control communication, where they infected 18,000, I believe, organization. They use C2 over DNS to register the bot, to send status of the security solutions, to move also to the another stage of the attack.
I want to add, sorry, oh, okay. I would like to add to what Piotr said here. And from my perspective, what I've seen in from the research I've done and the malware we've seen at Kaspersky, attackers are not using DNS servers per se anymore. I've seen a lot of samples. We are using DOT or DOH, like DNS over TLS or DNS over HTTPS. Mostly HTTPS because it's simple, you know. You just have a sample, you bypass the entire DNS servers of the organization, you go directly to Cloudflare, Google, whatever what. Cisco has DOH as well, do you know?
Our umbrella servers are in the...
Do you have public?
Yes.
They can go to public Cisco DNS over HTTPS servers, and what you see from the defender point of view in your like telemetry, you see an HTTP connection to Cisco or to Cloudflare. Do you block that, or do you not? Like, you need to have like visibility in your net, in your device, on your endpoint to see which process then ran that query.
This is actually quite easy for defenders to overcome because, just as you said, mostly attackers are using legitimate services for that. Because Chrome is using Google DNS, Mozilla is using Cloudflare, and so on. So basically, we should do what we did in the past always. You never allow your employees to use any public resolver on the internet. You always require and put some rules on the firewalls and so on to disallow them to use external DNS servers. In the past, it was easier. You just block ports 53, and that's it. Right now, with DOH, DOT, you need to block whole IP addresses. So first thing you should do just after this presentation, on your firewall, put rules to block Quad 8, so 8888, Google 1111, because they are most likely to be either abused by the employees, which is easy to let's say, defend against, because you can set also some policies in Active Directory and so on. But the malware can have this hard-coded, just as Dan said, so we need to block whole IP communication with Quad 8, Quad 1s, and that would be really helpful.
Thank you very much. Also, then yeah, please.
What I noticed from the attack is that the content of the mail was somehow related with what we were talking with some customers in the past, and was integrated in such a way that was difficult to understand that actually it's a machine and it's not a human. So my question is any possibility that Emotet was connected with an artificial intelligence or stuff like that? Or is just a stupid pattern that it's implemented in the programming of the virus? What do you think?
So basically, we've researched this Emotet. We've seen campaigns, and I haven't seen any like machine learning into like their backend. But what I've seen is that operators of Emotet, they were doing like kind of like a targeted attack. So they might have been into your network. They might have researched a bit, like your flow, mail flow, kind of mails you're sending to and from. And then when they were ready, when they collected all the information, they launched the attack in order for you not to suspect anything. That's my...
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for your question and Dan for the reply. Dan, I wouldn't have asked this question, but you already pointed some fingers towards 25 groups. Could you specify, let's say, a top 3 or something like that, countries or speaking languages for the groups that you're monitoring? You said about 25
So
Chinese.
what's the ranking?
Top 3 maybe.
My favorite top 3?
Your favorite top 3.
So first of all, I would say Russian-speaking APTs, Russian-speaking attackers. They kind of show an ingenuity and way of trying to target devices, although they might not be like as sophisticated as, let's say, other speaking language attackers, maybe from the West as well. My second would be, and this is interesting, Korean-speaking attackers, and especially North Korea, Blurnorov, Lazarus, mostly because they understood the fact that they have sanctions, and they need to be able to provide money for the government, and basically what they do is they went into crypto. They attacked a lot of cryptocurrency exchanges, they attacked a lot of users or a lot of projects in the crypto community. So those are like the two interesting ones.
Thank you very much. And Tudor, are you still with us? Yes? You mentioned about attack surface, and yeah, that's definitely, I think, the starting point of protecting anything, because if you do not know what you have, definitely you cannot protect it, right? But I couldn't help myself to observe that there is one asset which, at least in my personal opinion, is, let's say, the main one, which is the human. Is there any, I mean, in the monitoring that you're doing, are you considering also persons as assets and looking maybe towards some social media monitoring that they might, let's say, leak sorts of information and stuff like that?
Thank you for the question. That's a good one. Of course, behind the asset, there is a person, there is an employee of that company. For example, behind each and every phone, laptop, behind the servers, we can say that is the entire IT team, so on and so forth. But definitely what Expanse is discovering are those assets that are linked to the organization and has a print, like a fingerprint on the internet. So everything from certificates, IP addresses, domains, everything. But we don't go into social media. We don't do this kind of things. No, it's only the assets that belong to the organization.
Any question maybe from the panelist towards the other panelist, either directions? I wanted to then to make a short comment. Patrick was saying about something which I think is very, very important on certification schemas, is that it's not, and I think this is something which several governmental bodies should understand. We're not speaking about a certification over a product itself, but over the development and product lifecycle process. So it's about the process, everything that is involved from the beginning, maintenance, upgrading, testing, QA, persons, everything. It's something that we need to really take care regarding this process. Maybe the guys over hybrid connections want to have some questions or comment something on the other topics. Madeline, Patrick?
Radu, no comments from my side.
Okay. All right. Then probably we're going to wrap up this a little bit earlier. Thank you, everybody, for your presentation. I hope everybody took some extra notes and they know what to do next on their organization. and definitely, yeah, definitely looking into 5G implementation at a higher scale. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye.